Yes, yes. The session is recorded. So thank you everyone for attending today's training in this morning. And we just have a small introduction session with everyone here so that we know each other lah, and we know who is the right person when we need some enquiries or any question. So we will start our training session today. And the topic here is actually introduction to GRS. So GRS is actually a short form. The actual name of it is actually Global Recycle Standards. Okay, so firstly, what is the point of you to get GRS? Is it triggered by anything or just for your product improvement?
Actually, it's part of our initiative on this on the environmental. Also, we want to do improvement on our production side.
Yes, 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 thanks. So it will be more to your own initiative in improving your operation and also the whole product and your system as well lah. Okay, nice to hear that. And okay, for today, basically we will have this few parts. So there will be total of 5 sessions. So for the first one, we'll have an overview on GRS. Then next, we'll go to certain terms and definition that is included in this GRS standards. Next, the more important one is actually GRS requirement and also how is the logo looks like. And then you will see, there's one part which is CCS. Maybe you'll be wondering, we are taking GRS, right? Why are we need to know CCS requirement as well? It's because in this structure under textile exchange, they have lots of standards. However, GRS, maybe we can differentiate it this way. GRS is more to like a technical support kind of standards, and CCS is more to a standard that help you to come up with your whole management system, the criteria of certification. So it's more to maybe the management system style of standards. So in order for you to comply to all the certification under them, you need to comply CCS as well. That's why in our training, we will combine GRS and also CCS today. Okay, so for the objectives, definitely we need to understand and able to define all the terminologies that we use in GRS standards, be able to describe the requirements under GRS. So for your information, GRS is unlike RCS. RCS is just a very straightforward standard, only focusing on the supply chain, the maybe more to the materials requirement. However, in GRS, they also include safety health, social requirements, environment requirements, even chemical. So the scope of GRS is more. That's why you may need to understand more topics. So it's good that you understand the whole GRS requirement. So the last part of the objectives here, of course, to state and to understand the process of going to the GRS certification. I believe you guys also did contact with control union already, which is it will be your certification body lah. Okay, so you need to do all this application and everything with control union. So usually because the standards under textile and change, starting point initially, the main focus is actually more to textile, recycle textile. But there are also some other industry that is non-textile getting this kind of standards under them. So they will differentiate textile industry and non-textile, or maybe they will put it textile product or non-textile product. So maybe for your category, it's under non-textile product lah. Mhm. Okay, so basically, what are the benefits of having this GRS certificate? If we don't go to all these wordings and everything lah. So basically, from all the requirements, you can see that by having this system, you're able to trace your materials. The whole traceability for your supply chain is traceable, meaning that you can actually, if there's anything that happened at the end product, you know what you have a clearer idea on what may be the root cause throughout the supply chain, because you have a proper system to trace the whole supply chain. Next, you're also providing your brand a reputation. Other than that, you're also providing your customer a very strong information or a firm information on what are the materials that you use. Is this material from the trusted path? Because when it comes to some companies where they are doing the recycling, like for example, they are recycling the plastic, but you guys are actually using the recycled plastic to come up with your products. So when they are going for the certification body will ensure that the materials that this company getting from, it's actually a legal path. It's not illegal. And that's why we can ensure that the materials and also the quality, as well as the quality of the materials is there. Just that we won't focus on the term quality in GRS certification. Okay, so it's a different thing. And next, for GRS, the special thing is that we have a lot of different different requirements, which is social, environment, chemical. In social, we also have a lot of the requirements under human rights and also health and safety. With this, we are actually improving all our system in a whole, and also reducing all the unwanted, or try to reduce all the hazards and also the impact in our production to the people as well as to the environment. Okay, and next, definitely, when we have all this system, no matter it is GRS or not GRS, we are promoting continual improvement. It's like ISO. So later on, when you go into the GRS requirement, you will notice that they also highlight what you can do to improve in terms of maybe environment, in terms of maybe health and safety. So in all this way of improving, we are actually pushing ourselves to improve our product, to improve our system. Maybe as well as you will have a full system in controlling your quality issue as well. Okay, so these are actually a few benefits under GRS. And I also noticed that GRS standards or RCS standard is becoming like hot hot topic in Malaysia already, because like out of sudden there are so many companies is doing GRS and RCS for now. So it will be good because you guys are the one that start in Malaysia. So you'll be the what is it called? Like in Chinese, I know what is it like the leading goat in this kind of certificates lah. Okay, so if you do not have any questions on the starting part, then we will continue in our session, the first section, which is an overview for our GRS. Okay. So if you have any question, you can just stop me, and we can actually have a discussion throughout the session. Okay. So now, what is actually GRS? GRS is actually a short form for Global Recycle Standards. So global recycle standards, from here, you will notice that this is actually a product-based standard. Unlike some of the certification that we are more familiar, for example, ISO 9000. When we are defining our scope, we do not define our products, right? We've defined our activities, our nature of our business. But for GRS, it is more to a product-based standard. So when we define our scope, we need to define and have a product list as well. What are the products? So this is how we call it, like a product-based standards. And these standards will help us to, it's a standard that used to track and verify the content of recycled material in your final product. For example, how many percent of your materials are recycled material. And this standards here applies to the whole supply chain when it is related to recycling products. Recycled, I mean the products which is made from recycled content. And in GRS, the special part is that they include environment, social, and also chemical requirement, which is unlike other standards under this textile exchange. Okay, so meaning that you are not only fulfilling to the product, you are also fulfilling to some other topics, which is quite a hot topic for now in Malaysia, which is we are going to ESG, right? And ESG also covers topic which is social compliance, environment, and all this topic here. So you are also fulfilling to this kind of requirements. So next time when you want to approach or you want to get any other certification or any other standards which have related nature, it's easier for you already because you already have existing process and procedure to hold and to come up with the whole structure of it already. Okay, so now when we have GRS will cover the processing. You can see the one in blue, processing, your manufacturing, packaging, labeling, and trading. Lastly, the distribution. Distribution meaning that maybe some company, they are helping the brand to do manufacturing. Then they will, after that, the outputs will send to the brand itself to do the distribution to the consumer. So this GRS here also covers until brand. Because why we mention brand is that initially, all these standards under textile exchange, their focus is actually on textile products. So if we have textile product, definitely, you know, right, when we buy a t-shirt or we buy any shirts, clothing, there is brand, right? So they also covers until that stage, which is the final distribution. Okay, so the whole GRS will also cover until that stage, which is the branding part. And next, the minimum requirement is that you need to have a minimum of 20% recycled material in your content in order for you to comply with this GRS. So you need to make sure that the final product, you have minimum 20% recycled material. Usually they will use weight to calculate, because after this, we will heard some of the terms such as transaction certificate. The method of them, where you want to declare to them, you need to use weight by weight, maybe in kg or ton or any unit, but you need to calculate using weight. Okay, so this 20% recycled materials is also by weight. So also, it's also set requirements for third-party certification of recycled content, chain of custody. So this one is also mentioned just now from the starting, where this is actually a third-party certification, and it includes and all these materials requirements related to recycled content, the whole supply chain, or we call it chain of custody, COC, also social environment, chemical practice, all requirements. So basically, this GRS here You see, ISO 9000, the standard owner is from ISO. GRS, their standard owner is this Textile Exchange. Okay, so this is actually owned by Textile Exchange. So the initially is only for textile, but now is the range of product is not limited to textile only. It also includes all types of product when your products contain recycled materials. So it is in GRS under the scope GRS. So this is just a brief history. Actually, starting is actually from control union, but after that, they separate into one is certification body, one is actually the standard owner. So for now, control union is actually the certification body, and textile exchange is the owner of the standards. And this standard here consists of 4 pillars. One is traceability, environment, labor, and labor regulation, and also labeling. So you see, just quite near to us, it's 2011, Control Union transfer ownership to Textile Exchange. Because imagine, I am the owner, standard owner, and I am the certification body. So they will have some conflict of interest or impartiality happen. It's like I am the consultant and I am the trainer. Oh, sorry, I am the auditor as well. There is some impartiality and also conflict of interest. So to ensure this, they will have a clear border for now. Okay, so the owner of standard is Textile Exchange and the certification body is Control Union. But there are also other certification body that do do auditing for GRS, RCS. I think I saw, is it SGS also? There are other certification body lah, but still it's quite less in Malaysia. Okay. Okay, in terms of traceability here, so to understand this traceability, if we use this definition or the terms under ISO, ISO is an international known body in doing lots of standards, right? So they describe that this is actually the ability to identify, we're able to identify the origin, meaning that starting from the raw material, how they distribute throughout all the location, meaning that starting, if you are familiar with ISO 14000, you can actually refer to like the life cycle chain as well, starting from the raw material, but it's not until end of life cycle lah. Okay, so it's starting from the material, raw material to the manufacturing, distribution until before the consumer lah. Okay, and the chain of custody. This term is actually a general term that make the connection of all this information starting from raw material to final product. So this will be chain of custody and traceability. So when we are doing GRS, the main thing is we need to have not only social responsibility, environmental and such. When it comes to material requirements, we need to hold one core idea, which is identification and traceability. Traceability is the main idea for the whole standards in terms of material requirements. Okay, so for this one, it's actually the waste hierarchy, which is, of course, disposal is the one that we try not to do. We try to prevent producing waste. If we need to produce waste, then we try to see whether we can reuse it. Reuse meaning that you are not changing the phase or the state of that material. For example, I bought one mineral water, then I reuse the bottle. I did not change the states or anything. But recycle, it's more to For example, from the plastic bottle, we do recycle, and we can actually use this recycled plastic to become another form of plastic product, that's for example. And recovery, usually we recover the waste to certain energy or certain sources. And finally, it will be disposal, which is the one that we try to avoid. So this is also quite nearly connected with our environmental topic, which is more to life cycle topic. However, from what I can recall, in GRS, they didn't use the term of life cycle for your information. Okay. So that will be the general overview for section A. Any questions on this part?
Yeah, maybe I'll take.
Okay, okay, nice. So if that case, we'll go to the terms and definition part. So if you think, because this topic is quite new for you guys also, so if you think that I'm too fast, you can just slow me down, okay? But some other topics maybe you are also familiar already because it's more to environment kind of topic. Okay, so now when it comes to terms and definition, these are the terms and definition that we usually use. So first of all, CCS. CCS stands for Content Claim Standards. Okay, so later on I will show you the requirements as well. This is the standards where we use it to control our system. For example, they will have some of these requirements asking us to have a proper documentation system. They want us to have training. They want us to have like retention periods and all this. It will be under CCS. Okay. And for GRS, GRS is stand for Global Recycle Standards. So for GRS, it will be more focusing on what are the requirements in materials, in your chemical management, in your safety health, social, human rights, and all this topic here. And now we will have a few other terms. The first one is material collection. So material collection is actually at that specific point where we start to go to the recycling life cycle. So I think if we look at your structure, because I have already approached your supplier as well. So they are actually the point where they start to do the material collection. Okay. And next is concentration. Material concentration refers to the point in the recycling life cycle where a waste material receive their primary handling. So which is the starting point where start to handle it. Okay, and recycling is the point where they start to process the material, reclaim material into recycled material. So reclaim here is waste. We change the state of waste to something that we can use as a material. And for this kind of material, you will see there's two types. One they mention as a pre-consumer, another one they mention as a post-consumer. So for post-consumer, definitely it's the material where you get from household or commercial. For example, if you notice some residential area, they will have a collection point for maybe recycling plastic. Then maybe if you notice like Chizi, they also have collection point to collect like maybe e-waste, textile or plastic. All these materials that they collect is actually a post-consumer material. Okay. Of course, the material is referring to from the point of view from us as the party that try to use this thing to become our final product. And another one is actually pre meaning that, for example, I have a processing line, and maybe in the process, this specific material do not meet my spec, and I reuse it again in our line. That one is considered as a pre as well lah. Okay, or maybe some is pre in terms of factories and all this. And reclaimed material here is that we the item itself is already a waste, and now we, rather than disposing the waste, we change this waste and we reuse it, and we do recycling and use it for maybe some recovery or any other thing, any other function. And this item here will be the input for the future operation. That input, that item, it's called a reclaimed material. And for recycled content, so it's actually the percentage or the proportion by mass, and you need to calculate it by weight as well in the future for the transaction declaration. Okay, so these are the terms and definition that we have under GRS. This, of course, there are more, but these are a few terms and definition that is more important for information. Okay, so if you are clear with that, you have no question, then can we continue on this part on section C, GRS requirement? So if you, let me see whether any message from the chat box. Okay, no, okay, nice. So if you have any question, you just stop me, just ask me lah, no problem. We will have a discussion from time to time. So if there's no further question, then we'll continue on this part, which is GRS requirement. So for GRS requirement, before that, we need to know the scope. We will have the general information. So the principal scope of GRS is that this standard is only applied for all the products that contain at least 20% of recycled content. So you may need to look through all your products in your process. What are the products that is fulfilling this requirement? Then you can actually register them as a GRS certified product lah. Okay, so this standard will be applied and in any of the recycled material supply chain. And okay, this standard here will provide the verification of the whole COC, or the chain of custody of the recycled material, and also is in track with the CCS, content claim standards. So you need to, in this also, you need to control your labelings and all this, and also the B2B transaction. So this is the part where they mention about this standard will include social and environment principles, where later on you will see there are one section which is environmental requirements, another section on social requirements. And for your information, in these standards, they have some restriction of hazardous chemical. It will be at the last part of our GRS standards, where they will have one section which is chemical management. So you need to make sure that the chemicals that you are using is not in the list of restricted chemical. Okay. So first, we will go into this recycled material requirements. So when you need to, if you are doing this recycled material, I mean recycled material products, definitely you have a supplier that provide you the recycled materials, right? So this supplier shall submit some of the documents, such as reclaimed material supplier agreement, to you. It's more to like a declaration that, okay, I am actually the supplier that providing us reclaimed materials to your production. So apart from that, this will be the reclaimed material supplier agreement. So you need to make sure that all your reclaimed material supplier has a signed copy of this to you. So they will declare themselves that they are providing these recycled materials to you. And also they will need to agree on one thing, which is your certification body. They are actually given permission to do some audit work at their place. But also they need to have a minimum notice of 3 days lah. Okay, so this agreement here is actually agreement drafted, and it's also agreement attached in GRS standard. Okay, so we need to make sure that all our supplier have this valid agreement.
Sorry, Miss Yap.
So yes.
Yeah, Jane here. I have a question.
Mhm.
This all the material supplier must sign this, or just some of them that we identify?
Okay, as long as it's your reclaimed material supplier to your certified product.
Let's say we have like 7 to 8 suppliers here.
Okay.
Actually, the major one will be 1 or 2 only. So all of them, like 8 of them, have to submit this for us, or just the major suppliers that usually we buy from?
The major suppliers are actually the suppliers that is sending you reclaimed material, right? How about the remaining one? Are they just a normal material supplier, or they are also reclaimed material supplier?
They also the claim material supplier.
Because yes, they have to. As long as, for example, some company, they have two different types of product. One is certified product and another one is non-certified product. So we only consider those is in the certified product range. So for example, if you have this 10 supplier and only 2 of the supplier is supplying you the materials that is under GRS certified product, then you go for that. You just let that 2 company to do the agreement only. And the remaining one, maybe they are still providing you reclaimed material, just that the product, it's a non-certified GRS product, then it's okay. Because
So the process, we have to prove that actually the certified products, the material only come from those supplier that
yes.
that they will check, right? They will track this.
They will check, because after this, when you want to have any sales, you need to have a transaction certificate. So in that transaction certificates, they will trace back from the origin.
Okay, how they know whether we are using that material for the products?
This is where, okay, so after this, because this is a product-based scope, product-based standard, so when you declare your scope, you will declare what is your product, and in this product, you have how many % of what plastic. So they will know, okay, for product A, you have this combination. So when you want to get a transaction certificate, for example, I am one of the representative from MahSing, for example. So when I want to get a verification approval to have the approval is using the transaction certificate lah. So I need to trace back to my supplier as well. So now, if my supplier are also certified company, so I will get their transaction certificate and send to my certification body to do verification. Then they will do some information and link to your transaction certificate. So like in your product, although we say maybe 100% of it are recycled material, however, they also need to see this recycled material here is actually from certified company, how many percent from certified company, and how many percent from non-certified company. So they will need to see this as well. That's where they have this tracking lah. And in textile exchange, there's one system already. So they're able to trace back whether this supplier is certified or non-certified and all this information. As long as they has this sales of certified product, then you need to have a transaction certificate. So this is like the birth cert of that product.
Right. Understand. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. So you need to make sure one thing, all your reclaimed material supplier have this agreement here. Okay, so this agreement here, no worries, we will provide this to you. And it is also provided in these standards. So next, material recycling. So it's just, they mentioned, okay, after this, they will use recycled material after the recycling process. The terms that they use is recycled material. So the material recycling, first thing, you need to have one verification on the source of recycled material, which this recycled material have legal authorization. Okay, so for example, your materials is getting from this supplier, so you just need to show the correct traceability to that supplier, then no worries already. And next, they need to hold a valid reclaimed material supplier agreement, which is the appendix that I showed you just now. And they need to also show you there's this one, completed reclaimed material declaration form. So this declaration form is actually a form where they declare these are the reclaimed materials that I supply to you for your material input. And this form shall be collected at least annually, meaning that at least every year they need to send you a new list, although the list do not change. Okay, so it need to be reviewed at least annually. And in terms of in the starting point where you have collect the materials in your incoming, you need to do incoming inspection, of course. So for now, the incoming inspection here, not only the quality, the quantity and all this, you also need to confirm that the incoming materials here are not virgin materials, meaning that they are not new made plastic lah, okay? And it needs to be identified as pre or post-consumer reclaimed material. And if you need to have an outgoing of your certified product, you need to request a transaction certificate. This transaction certificate, it's actually it's like a piece of paper, like a birth cert, and you need to request from your certification body, meaning that after you have get your cert, your connection with your certification body, it's still there, because you can, although it's not every batch, like you can, the application of transaction certificate can be done like for a few shipment, you have one transaction certificate. Okay, so you need to apply from your certification body before you sell or before you send the products to your customer. And this transaction certificate need to be attached and provided to your customer as well.
Miss Yap, I have a question
Yes.
here. For number
Yes.
4, how do we confirm whether it's a pre or post consumer? Because we buy the resin from our suppliers.
Yes.
It is our supplier have to prove to us, right? Whether
Yes. So at their point, they already have justification. Okay, this is pre and this is post. So now at your point, usually what you can do is just you compare from the labeling, then you look at the product, whether it's the correct product, then maybe you look at your purchase order and you compare, and also the one that they declare to you. Because usually I think there's no much different on the physical look as well for pre or post, right?
because when we buy, they don't. Oh, I think the line disconnect.
Still plastic. So the main thing is actually, yes, I think you
just now your line was disconnected. Can you repeat again? Sorry.
Okay. So for your part, the main thing is that you need to verify that the material is not a virgin material. And usually the verification and all this for pre or post is actually based on the labeling, the DO that you receive, the purchase order that you send out, and all these things.
But
So
saying that the material is came from pre or post consumer. So do we have to make it a requirement for them? Like they have to identify whether the material that supplied to us is pre or post consumer.
they will need to justify their pre or post consumer material.
How they justify in the writing format or how?
Yeah. Writing. And also maybe they will put it at their label as well. So sometimes some is like this. Maybe because this standards here is actually applicable for the whole supply chain. So some point of inspection is not done by you. It's done by your supplier when they receive their material. For example, I have received my material, so I will do a clear justification. This is pre and this is post. Then I need to declare to my customer also. I will provide you what kind of pre-consumer plastic, what kind of post-consumer plastic, or I only provide you post-consumer plastic. So that will be declared by them to you. So they will declare using this appendix or this declaration form. So they will tell you what are the products that they sell to you, the source of the product, and also is this a pre-consumer recycled plastic or a post-consumer recycled plastic?
In that case, the auditor may go on their side to verify this, right? Whether
Pardon?
so the auditor might go to our supplier side to check whether the material is came from post or pre-consumer material.
Yeah, so for those supplier that are GRS certified, definitely they have gone through all the audits and everything, so they will still do the audits.
We only have one supplier that are going to certify this YP. But
yes.
How
about others? How about others? So you see, when they are still providing you reclaimed materials for your product, and although they can provide you, but the reclaimed materials that they provide are considered as a non-certified reclaimed materials. So no matter it's certified or non-certified, because they are providing you reclaimed materials, so definitely they will provide you the declaration and their agreement as well. So if needed, your auditor has the rights to go to their site to look at their production, which is here.
Is there any requirement how many percent must be from post-consumer or how many percent must be from pre-consumer?
So for the scope will be at least 20% of the recycled content.
But it doesn't like have to be like how many is pre or how many is post, right?
Let me just look at
the recycled material.
Supply chain. From here, yes, only 20% of the of your product is recycled material.
So let's say we have supplier like they only have pre-consumer material, so it's okay, right?
No problem, no problem. Because they are still recycled material, just that they haven't go to the consumer side. Huh. Let's okay. So next is that for the recycler, which is your supplier lah, not you, because you are not doing the recycling process. So for that recycler, so they need to claim that all this recycler need to claim that all the records and also verify the volume of their recycling. So it will include the records of all the materials that is entering to the recycling process and the stage where the waste was collected. So another thing is need to declare this material declaration form so that we know, okay, these are the reclaimed materials and what is the pre or post consumer state of this material. Okay, so next we go into these supply chain requirements. So application of production requirements. So organizations involved in production and trade of GRS product are subject to this certification. So you see, this is where they mention we need to comply to CCS. The Global Recycle Standard, which is GRS, requires compliance with the requirement of CCS, Content Claim Standards. So that's where we mentioned. And next, when you have any of these recycled material, okay, meaning that as long as you have any outgoing of GRS certified product in any form of product, it may be the final recycled product or the recycled materials. As long as there's an output, you need to have a valid transaction certificate, which is issued by the certification body. So there's where you need to have an application with your certification body, maybe like, okay, for this few batches of shipment, I will actually get one transaction certificate. So that will be something that you need to continuously connect with your certification body. Okay. Pre-consumer and post-consumer material content percentage shall be recorded separately for each batch at every certified site and recorded on the transaction certificates. So when this is where if you get the information from your supplier, so when you have your own mixing, your own recipe, so you will have like a fixed, for example, a fixed recipe that, okay, we will use 50% of pre and 50% of the post-consumer recycled material for our product. So you need to record it clearly. So this is where they mention if your trading have the annual turnover of less than this amount of your GRS product, okay, and retailers that is selling to the end consumer, for these two types of in these two conditions, you are exempted from the certification obligation now. Okay, now in cases where there is a possibility of differential rate of production loss between recycled and virgin input, The certified organization shall address this through their mass balance formula for each material to show the calculation were done to account for the differences. So this is where you will have mixing of virgin and also recycled. You need to have a proper mass balance. So in general, for the whole system, you need to have a very clear identification, like what are the materials that you use for your production for that specific product, what are the states, how many percent, so that it can be traced. And this information need to be provided to the certification body as well. So you need to, you as the buyer of maybe the GRS product from your supplier, right? So you may need to be responsible for the requirements on these specific standards, meaning that, okay, you need to ensure, because you are also one of the certified company after this, you need to ensure that the supplier that you get, if they mention that they are certified company, you need to also ensure that they are still certified. So that is where you can actually look from they also have this database where you can actually get the company name, what are their status, are their certs still valid, are they banned or any status lah. Okay, so it will also affect their certificate state for their materials or their products. So that will be the part where it touched this material requirements. Okay. Any question?
We have a question here.
Yes. Sorry to cut off you a while. I can't hear your question.
We have the internal reject, so we use back so that everyone is considered for.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I can't hear it.
Okay, maybe I repeat again.
Okay, okay.
Our QA manager is asking if we have
Mhm.
internal reject on the material, then we use that into our production. Is it considered a pre or post-consumer material?
It's still considered as a pre because it's not through the consumer side yet.
I see. Okay. Noted.
Any other thing?
No.
No. Okay. So next we go into social requirements. So social requirements here, in general, it will be related to HR on and human rights topic and also health and safety. Okay. Before that, would like to check with you for MahSing Plastics. Do you have any existing like cert, or like you have your compliance to certain standards already?
V, can you answer this? I would say we have a CDEX.
CDEX.
Yeah.
CDEX, is it? Ah, that is perfect. Because if you have CDEX already, it's CDEX Meta, right? It's actually a cert that is complying on all these social responsibilities, and they have environment part as well. So you are doing second pillar or fourth pillar?
4 pillars.
Oh, four pillar, then perfect. No much worry on your social requirements already. Just that maybe at um the environmental part, you will found out they will separate out like maybe there is energy, wastewater and such lah. But for social requirements, I believe no issue for you anymore. Okay, because I also have like a few customers doing CDEX as well. So yeah, it's also on social requirements. Okay, so why I mentioned is no much worry is because you see, first, they mentioned that you need to have a clear set of policy to ensure that your compliance to social requirements. And for CDEX, I believe you have a lot of policy like this anti-discrimination, no child labor, what else? Maybe working hours, freedom of association and all these type of policies, right? So yeah, no worries on this. So in this GRS requirement, they mentioned first, you need to have a clear set of all this policy to ensure that the compliance to these social requirements. So it's based on the topic. So for example, what are the topics that they have? Force bonded. So you need to have a policy on this topic. Child labor. What else? Freedom of association, discrimination, harassment, abuse, health safety, wages, benefit, terms of employment, working hours. So these are actually the few topics that you need to have in terms of your policy. And I believe in your CDEX part, you already have this policy. So you can use it as well for your GRS purpose. Yes, any question? Oh, no, okay. Okay, so continue on this. So one thing is that you, in this social compliance, they want you to assign at least one or more person to ensure and to take the responsible to ensure the social compliance. So now, if you already have a CDEX, if you already have complied to CDEX, so maybe you will have a person in charge for CDEX, right? So maybe you can directly assign that person in charge already as your responsible person to ensure your social compliance under GRS. Okay, so it is not required that an entire position be dedicated to managing the social principles at the facility, but instead that someone has been assigned the role as part of their job responsibilities. So yeah, you can actually assign the existing personnel now. So next part where they talk about the social requirements is that your workers' awareness of all the policy. So now you have established your social policies, right? So now, do you practice a continuous training awareness? Or what are the awareness practice that you have in your company in terms of the awareness, worker awareness on social requirements? What are the existing practice?
Usually in terms of all this policy, we brief during the workers' orientation program, as in for the child labor, forced labor, all this, we brief them during on the first day of orientation.
Yes, wonderful. So apart from that, maybe you can just you can continue this practice. Maybe you can also, usually we'll love to paste the policy around, right? So yeah, this is also one way to show your workers, to show the worker awareness as well. Okay. And apart from that, to make sure, because your GRS scope also covers not only production area, right? So you also involve some other people that is in the office. So make sure they are also aware on all this as well. Social policies lah. So now for the record keeping, the certification, the certified organization shall submit a signed document that confirms their commitment to comply with the GRS social requirements outlined in section 2, which is all this topic here lah. So meaning that other than this policy, you need to have a document which is signed. For example, you have a header, then you mention the company name. So we declare, or we we show our commitment in this topic, in complying maybe child labor, discrimination, no discrimination, harassment, abuse, and all the topic which is under section 2. So you can see whether you have related documents. If no, we will have to come up with a document as well. So certified organizations shall submit all relevant policy documents and training records referring to the procedures in place to protect the rights and safety of the workers, meaning that you need to retain all the policies, all the training records. So one thing, for your new hire that is entering your company, you train them, right, all the policy, maybe their benefits and everything. Make sure all these records are being retained and you keep it. As long as the workers is still in the company, you still need to keep it. Okay? So that will be the record keeping part. So now, this is the section 2 where they will specify and go into details on all the topics that is required under social compliance or social requirements. So now the first topic here is forced, bonded, indentured, and prison labor. So one thing is that you need to make sure that all the work that is conducted by your employees are based on voluntary basis. No penalty or threat or sanction happen. So one of the most important one, and I believe you have already practiced CDEX, there will be no issue lah. For example, what is considered as a forced bonded labor, of meaning that you hold their identical document. This can be one of the action that is considered as a forced labor. So make sure you do not hold their identification documents. Other than that, you do not requires them to make deposit or any financial guarantees when they want to work at your place. Okay. So we need to ensure that bonded labor is prohibited, indentured labor is prohibited. So no compulsory or forced labor happen in your premise. So if you have already practiced this kind of CDEX practice, right? So I believe there's no much issue for this one for you to comply on forced labor. Okay. Then next is child labor. So for now, child labor is always a very subjective topic, depends on what are the standards and also the national requirements, right? So for GRS, they want you to ensure that you comply with all this part. First, the national minimum age of employment. So we need to comply to Malaysia Employment Act. So next, you need to ensure that you need to comply with the age of completion of compulsory education. Next, if not, at least your operation, you must ensure that the workers' age is higher than 15. You cannot employ anyone under the age of 15. So you need to ensure your requirement, what you fulfill, it's all of the requirements mentioned here. So now we need to fulfill the first one, national age, national minimum age. We need to fulfill the age of their completion of compulsory. I believe for Malaysia, the age of compulsory education is still 12 years old, right? If I'm not wrong, because previously I looked through the Employment Act. I believe it's still 12 years old. But for our national minimum age, it's complying to GRS requirement already. So no much issue. So you just need to continue this practice. Okay? So first, you need to comply. Another one is to comply to the child labor part. So next, the certified organization shall not recruit child labor nor exploit children in any way. So now, you need to ensure, so what is the minimum recruitment age in your company?
18.
18, perfect. Because if 18, you do not need to worry about young workers already. Because you see, although we can employ people higher than 15, but if it's still low, if it's still under 18, right, they need to have certain requirements for their work. For example, like this one, if you're employing some of these employees that is under 18, above 15, which is under the category of young workers, and I believe under CDEX they use the word that young child, right? Or younger children or young children like this. So for this range of workers, you need to ensure that their working condition is not hazardous, meaning that they cannot work in the production area, and they do not work at night, and their mental, spiritual, all the social development, you need to ensure on all these things. So if your minimum employment age is 18, then you will no need to worry on all this issue already. Okay, because you do not employ anyone under 18. Okay. So now, any question before I go to this freedom of association? Okay, no. Okay, so if no question, I will continue on this part on freedom of association. So for this one, do you have any trade unions or workers association?
No.
No. So no much worry also lah. But still you need to have, it's like CDEX also, you still need to have a procedures or policies to show that if there is workers that they want to join or form trade union or workers association, they have the rights and to do it. They have the freedom to do this action. And the company management will not restrict them, and they will provide the resources that they need if they need to conduct some meetings and everything. Okay, so they have the freedom to do all this information, to do all this thing. So if currently you do not have this trade union members and anything, so it will be another topic that you do not need to worry much lah, because usually they will also interview and ask, do you face any discrimination because you are one of the trade union members and all this thing. So because in this requirement, they did mention also no discrimination or penalty on all these members or representative. They need to able to access to certain resources or function if needed. And the management needs to support on all these things. Okay. So next is on discrimination, harassment, and abuse. So in this topic, the focus is actually on equal opportunities. Equal opportunities in terms of everything. Based on recruitment, maybe usually how they see it, like when you do recruiting, you do not emphasize like, I only want to recruit male or female, or even like I mentioned, because some companies, their business target or their customers are mainly from China. So they may actually use some wording, for example, the candidate that is applying for this job scope must know Mandarin, must know how to read and write. Mandarin. There are some companies that they use this kind of wording in their recruitment process. So we need to ensure that all these things do not happen because we need to respect their equal opportunities lah, in terms of the recruitment. Also, yeah, compensation, their access of training. So now, based on training, although how we actually show the equal opportunities, we don't say like, oh, I have one training. I make sure that all our employees are given the chance to attend this training. Not really, because some of the skills are not significant for that employee, right? So if you have your own training metrics, this is a very subjective thing because there is a reason we provide this training for this group of people is because these are the significant skills that they need. And for another group, yes, they have another package of training as well. But still, we need to ensure that everyone are given the chance to go for training, even the promotion, no matter they are Malaysian or non-Malaysian. Okay, so in terms of termination and retirement as well, so we don't simply do any termination. So I believe CDEX under the procedure in your CDEX as well, you have a process on proper termination process lah. So maybe you need to have certain investigation, warning letter, and all these things. So now, next, shall not engage in or support or tolerate any discrimination. So when this discrimination will include not only this requirement and all this training, also in the basis, it need to be in the basis of one, gender, age. So we don't say like you cannot have like like a statement that fresh graduate is not welcome to join the company like this lah. Okay, but in terms of recruitment, maybe some recruitment, if you need to have certain requirements or specific requirement where you need to write down during the recruitment, is still acceptable as long as you have the reason of doing that and you are showing that you are not doing any discrimination. Just that in this post we need to have this level of experience or this specific requirement. Next, also on their religion, then their marital status, races, their social background, as well as disease and disability, ethnic, pregnancy, nationality. So all these are actually the basis of where we build up anti or no discrimination, harassment, and abuse in our workplace.
Miss Yap,
Yes. Yes.
When we say we can't have this discrimination for this employment, let's say the candidate comes for interview, so in the application form they might need to fill in all these details. So
Yes.
does it mean is it okay that we ask them to fill up all these details or we cannot ask?
It's okay. You can actually ask them to fill in details. This is actually for your understanding, for your information lah. But no worries on that. Just that we don't, because the main thing is actually how you place your recruitment statement. Okay. I can't hear anything. Anyone speaking?
Yes, I'm speaking.
Oh, okay. Yes.
So we mean recruitment process, that mean we cannot say anything about all in the doing the application. What are the difference?
Jane, is it? So sorry, I can't hear clearly. It's quite blur. The voice is very blur.
Just now was okay, right?
Yeah, just now was okay.
What should I do?
It's okay. I will try my best.
I'm saying that we just that we no need to state anything about all this in our recruitment ads. But it's okay that when they come for interview, we ask them to provide all these details.
Yes. But sometimes you can actually put like how many years of experience and all this. These are okay to have in your recruitment ads because these are the experience or knowledge needed for that specific scope, right? For example, you are recruiting you have, for example, you have a new production, you have a new factory, you are recruiting a factory manager. Definitely there is a requirement of having certain level of knowledge and also certain levels of working experience. So in the basis of ensuring the quality, and you have a justification and the reason behind, yes, no problem with that. But in terms of, for example, like language and all this thing, right? You cannot say that you need to know how to speak Mandarin because I have a customer which is from China. But then you can actually put in a statement like, if you are a candidate, so this one is like added value to you. But we will not see this as one of the critical things when you go into the recruitment process. Huh. You need to show it this way lah, when you are doing the recruiting. So any other question?
No, we are okay.
Okay. So if no, then we will continue on the next part. Okay, yes. On this part, it's actually on the treating your workers with respect and more to the worker, maybe the condition of the employment and no bully case and everything. All this need to be prohibited. So meaning that you need to also establish procedures. For example, if this kind of activity happen in your workplace, what they can do, how they can actually report, what is the disciplinary process if all this prohibited action can happen in the workplace. So you need to have a process. So on this part, all the maybe the investigation or the supporting document throughout the process shall be recorded lah. Okay, so you need to have all the information filed out and retain it. So that will be the part where we talk about discrimination, harassment, and also abuse. So any question before I go into health and safety? Okay, so maybe because sometimes I can't hear it clearly, right? So if you guys want to type it out also can, no problem. Okay, but of course we still prefer you to actually ask like this. Although because now we actually like through online, so it's like we have a distance and a border. So from the voice, maybe we'll feel like, oh, we are actually face to face. Okay, so next it will be on health and safety. So under this health and safety, it will not only covers on the topic that is related to DOSH, which is occupational health and safety. It will be also a topic that we include general health and safety. So first thing, they mentioned that you need to provide a safe and also a clean condition in your workplace. So a clean condition is actually very subjective. It can be clean for us, but it may not be considered clean for other people, right? So how to actually get this is like, as long as it's neat, you do a housekeeping, you have a regular cleaning, you have a record from that, then okay. And next thing is that they also includes residential facilities, which is also still very closely related to CDEX part, right? So we'd like to check with you, because what I understand from CDEX is that they are not doing certificates. They are actually a report based. So usually once they have done this CDEX, if only required, then they will ask the auditor to come in to do the CDEX audits again, right? So do you have like a regular audit for CDEX, or you just only do once, then you didn't do it already?
Not a regular audit. When it's
Not
required,
regular,
they will
when
come.
it's required lah.
Ah.
Okay, but still you have a few times of doing CDEX audit already, right? Yeah. So for your information, when they do audits on this relevant topic on social compliance, it will be quite similar, although it's a different standard. For example, they have a requirement ensuring that you provide a safe and clean place, not only in your workplace, also in the residential facilities, meaning that they will also do audit in their hotel. So you need to show them. So one thing that's related to the hostel is actually there is some act and regulation, right, to the workers' hostel. You need to register. Then there is specific requirement for the hostel as well. As long as you are fulfilling all this requirement, you have all the emergency fire safety equipment in their hostel and all this thing, then it's okay with you. Next, in terms of occupational health and safety, definitely all the basic health and safety thing, you need to have it lah. So I believe you have an OSH coordinator or a safety health officer in your workplace, right?
Yes, we have.
So all the activities that is done by this OSH-C or SHO is actually fulfilling the requirements under this occupational health and safety already. So what you need to do is just continue the practice. So all this like hierarchy, you need to have a safety health committee, the meetings and everything. Yes, continue to have this everything, because this is also under the scope of audit, and it's also under the scope of GRS. Okay, and also take adequate steps to prevent accident injury. So what are the steps that you use? Definitely you have a risk assessment, which is highlight, right? So to help you to identify, then maybe you will have some activities, maybe some training, awareness, or any activities to raise awareness. And what are the things or the controls that the control hierarchies that you use to reduce all the accidents and also the injuries or health issue in your company. So this is where they want to see. So next, provide access to adequate medical assistance, meaning that some factories, they will have a panel clinic, also can. Some, they will have a first aid kit, which is always valid, available, accessible in their workplace. Yes, this is also adequate medical assistance to your workers, but you need to ensure you fulfill all the first aid requirements lah under DOSH, and I believe your OSH-C or your SHO are very familiar on this as well. Okay, and next, provides all workers with access clean toilet facilities and to drinkable water, meaning that the toilets are there. And some, they may actually request like you have a male and female different. Okay, and for water, you see, sometimes you may actually have some water filters. So how you ensure that the water that you provide are drinkable, meaning that you need to show them the drinking water reports. So you need to ensure that the drinking water that you are providing to your employee, no matter it's in your plant, in your office, or in your hostel, it's actually according to the standards, the parameters. So this is what you need to have for GRS requirement in terms of water. Okay. And okay, you see now here on this residential facilities, okay, this one we have covered just now. We need to ensure that we have the residential facilities and the facilities are clean and safe. And if possible, if you have done like a hostel audit, also can, no problem. This is also one way to ensure that their facilities are always in place and their facilities are always clean and safe. Okay. Then next, assign the responsibility for the health and safety to a senior management representative, meaning that you need to have a person in charge to ensure the health and safety responsibility. So definitely you already have it. So no worries on that. And next one, regular and recorded health and safety training to workers and management, meaning that all your occupational health and safety training that is conducted annually. So all the training records need to be available. And you see, they did not mention evaluation, but then if you have assisting procedures on doing training evaluation, yes, continue to do that in terms of this kind of training. Okay, and also to highlight, I believe your OSHC or your SHO are also aware on this. Some occupational health and safety training need to be conducted in annual basis. Okay, so continue to do this annual basis training, occupational health and safety training to your employees, to the management, everyone. Okay, and next, provide adequate safeguards against fire and shall ensure strength, stability, and safety of building and equipment, including residential facility where provided. Meaning there's 2 points. One is the emergency response, and another one is on preventive maintenance. So you need to have an emergency response plan, road system. You need to have a mock drill for your plant, office, and also the hostel. Next, the safety of the building and equipment. So you will have a preventive maintenance. So you will show the records, the preventive maintenance records inside here. Shall undertake sufficient training of workers and management in waste management, handling and disposal of chemicals and other dangerous materials. So this topic here is actually referring to chemical handling, hazardous material handling, schedule waste management. So if your workers need to conduct this activity or need to do this activity, make sure they are trained. For example, if I'm one of your operators that is handling chemical, make sure I'm trained on chemical handling topics. If I am one of your workers that help you to transport your schedule waste from the temporary bin to your schedule waste store, so make sure I'm trained on how to handle the schedule waste. So this is what they mentioned in this statement here. So any question on health and safety?
No, yeah.
Okay, nice. So next will be wages, benefits, terms of employment. So definitely we need to ensure that we comply with all the national legislation and practices. So of course, what is the basis, our basic salaries, the minimum basic salary, so need to be that. And what are the status of their employment? Are they full-time, part-time, contract work, what are their arrangement, any benefits to them. So usually for this one, they will look at the minimum basic salaries, then the terms of their employment. Other than that, they will see whether you provide EPF, SOCSO, EIS, and all these things to the employees. Other than that, what are the other benefits that you provide in terms of maybe security? You have the gap phones and all these things. And maybe in terms of their health, maybe you will have like insurance also can. So these are all the benefits or any benefits lah, in terms of all the employment that you provide. And next is, of course, maybe you will have like a internship program or apprenticeship programs and all these things. Yes, what are the arrangement of work? So it is all covered under this part where we talk about wages, benefits, and also the terms of employment. So one thing is that we need to ensure for now all our workers reach the minimum salary basis, which is 1,005, right? Yeah, 1,005. So next is that if you are required them to do any OT, of course OT is not under wages already. OT will be under working hours lah, okay? But then if you ask them to do any OT, what is the OT payment? And what are the leave, annual leave that they can take? So it is also included inside here. So one thing is that maybe you will have like a employment agreement, right? Like letter offer and all this employment agreement, all this information are written inside there. So you can use all this as the evidence as well, and also how you fulfill these requirements. And one main thing is do not do deduction on the wages, meaning that you can actually provide like incentive and all this thing to the employee, but you can, when there is any non-compliance file or anything that you notice because of this employee, something serious happened, you cannot actually deduct their basic salary. Okay, so this is also restricted and prohibited under national law as well. Also, it's also mentioned in this GRS requirement, no deduction from wages. So that will be the wages, benefits, and also terms of employment. Any questions? Okay, if no question, I will continue on these working hours. So for working hours, we will have one thing is that you see the working hours that is mentioned under GRS is not tally with our national law. So what we need to ensure is that what is the more stricter requirement, then we follow that. So we need to ensure that our working hours are 45 hours in a week. GRS is 48, but for Malaysia national law is 45 hours per week. So we need to fulfill the 45 hours per week. So in terms of OT, so we need to ensure this one shall not exceed 12 hours per week and shall not be requested on regular basis, meaning that they can do OT for less than maximum 12 hours per week, but they cannot do it in regular basis, meaning that every month, every year, they are doing this OT. and shall be in voluntary basis lah. Okay. And next, we need to ensure that all the shift of their workers, they need to have at least one free day after every 6 days of working, as well as the public holiday and the annual holidays, annual leaves. So this is the one that is written under working hours. So there's three main things. One, under GRS, we talk about GRS first. Under GRS, 48 hours per week. Next, the OT cannot exceed 12 hours per week and cannot in regular basis. Another one is every 6 days of working, they need to have at least 1 day of break. So this is the minimum under GRS. And we also need to fulfill our National Employment Act as well in terms of working hours. So we will refer to which one which is more stricter now. Then we'll follow that part. Okay. So any question on this working hours?
Can you clarify whether in Malaysian, the Malaysian law, our OT is 12 hours as well?
For Malaysia, they do not look based on per week. I remember what they are doing is based on per month. Per month. So we need to ensure not only per month that we are complying, we also need to ensure we are complying for this one, 12 hours per week as well. Both.
Our HR colleague.
Yes, Jane.
So for our side, our OT per week or per month is what is the requirement?
Actually, according to the law, per month we should not exceed more than 104 hours.
5 is it? 4 or 5? I forget already.
104 per month.
So in terms of complying to 104 hours per month, you also need to ensure you comply to no OT exceeding 12 hours per week.
Yeah. But what if we can't comply this?
You can't comply this, then it will be one non-compliance already, because it's mentioned inside the requirements already. Yeah. It's very hard to comply on this one, really, but we are getting this certified, right? So we would need to try our best to comply to all these things.
Okay, I think we might discuss further on this because I think for this 12 hours it's very difficult for us to comply this.
Yes.
Maybe we can
Yes.
discuss further.
Maybe it's more to how, because it will really affect your productivity as well. So you may need to have like an adjustment of their working schedule and all these things. So it will take time to do it. So everyone, like many of my clients that is doing GRS, they are also suffering in this part to adjust to this compliance.
Yeah, even CTEC requirements. We are compliant with CTEC. How come your GRS is not more difficult than CTEC?
Someone speaking, is it?
Yes. You can't hear us?
It's very, very, very soft.
How about now? Is it okay?
Yeah, now it's okay.
Now it's better?
Yeah, I can actually hear your voice now. It's quite clear.
Shin, LG. Now better?
Yes.
Okay. So we basically our ED is saying that how come this requirement is more strict than the CDEX? Even CDEX didn't request
because this one, because the requirements is this standards requirement is actually based on who is the organization that come up with the standards. So CDEX and Textile Exchange is actually totally two different organizations. And most of these standards here, when they come up with this requirement, it is also maybe based on the what are the main issue in certain industry. So maybe in the main issue of this industry is actually on social requirements. So you can see they have a lot of requirements and restriction in terms of social requirements. So this may be one of the reasons, but we can't ensure that all the standard requirements that is established from other countries are having the same requirements, because they are actually developed by different organizations. Maybe the focus is also different based on different industry. Yeah.
Then how other industry comply to this requirement?
Usually, like this one of my client where they are actually doing some adjustment in their working schedule, is that they try to, previously they have 2 shifts of work. What I heard from that is that they try to go for 3 shifts of work to adjust back so that it is not affecting their productivity, their production line as well, meaning that they may need to have more workers already in terms of this. So
Okay,
that is how they do some changes on their planning.
Miss Yap,
Yes.
yeah, this is definitely not a practical one. Not because we operate in Malaysia under Malaysian law. The first for my directive to the whole operation is comply to Malaysian law. We do cannot comply international. At least we comply Malaysian law. This is the very foundation of running, operating in Malaysia. So any dispute, we should work towards, you can feedback to your organization, GRS, and saying that we should comply to Malaysian law as number 1 first. You cannot feel us on that. I can guarantee you, you don't have more customers to want to apply GRS if you all are so hard on this. You see, in Malaysia, the problem is not only OT, you cannot get workers. And you cannot run from 2 shifts to 3 shifts, when the production peak. And we have a big argument in CDEX. That's why finally CDEX, like Dyson, all this agree. And not only Dyson, they have an electronic organization also on this. So I'm involved very, very deep on this. We have a FMM association, we are a plastic association. All the bosses sing a single voice. I think this one you need to feedback. Since you are already
maybe a clarification, because we are also not from Control Union or Textile Exchange, so we also face a lot of issue in helping our customer how to actually adjust that. So we also will do some feedback. Yes. We also will do feedback also, because sometimes
otherwise, Miss Yap, I will stop this program. I tell you very frankly, I don't need this.
Because like all this, sometimes, yes.
Bearing in mind, why these people come to Malaysia to operate is because they are paying in ringgit. If my worker paying US dollar, you think they want to work this overtime? This is very logical question, a practical question. Yeah, so I hope your feedback as a consultant, you say you have talked to many, so I believe you also encountered this as an obstacle, right? Feedback the reality.
Yes, we also do some feedback.
We cannot just comply blindly without knowing the practical issue. Because in Malaysia now, you cannot get workers. It's easy to talk on the paper from 2 shifts, get more workers and 1 3 shift. And you run a factory like that, no workers.
Because like those workers that are coming to do, they want to do OT, right? So we also understand that because that is the main thing. If you are not providing OT, they
would
will not want to work with you also.
Yes.
Yeah, so this one also we are trying to give some feedback also, but um we
But
need
don't
a
worry,
lot of yes.
don't worry about this because this definitely can. But I want to make my statement very clear here. If
Yes.
this they are not going to do something here in future, overall the business also affected. No one is interested in this GIS anymore. Yeah, so
Yeah,
this is
true.
also. Yeah, please, because CDEX, all this they understood. Otherwise, the whole Malaysia, all the people who move out, all the foreign investment, why they come here? Because cheaper labor. Cheaper labor. And these people are hardworking, willing to work extra hour. You know, so not everybody want to come Malaysia if these are not compliant. They will move to India, move to other countries. Definitely.
Yes. True also.
Yeah, I mean, don't worry about that, but I want to make my feedback very clear is I need to feedback to you the practicality of
Yes.
Malaysia, the problem that every manufacturer, every employer are faced. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
this
you.
is actually one very main issue lah, because I believe not only in plastic, in other manufacturing, as long as in Malaysia, because the culture and also we are actually going into this social compliance. We are still like a newborn baby in terms of this field, right? Suddenly, like everyone force us to have so many social compliance, like overnight, right? So all the industry also facing lots of issues and also how they want to fit on all these requirements, because we also want to do business. We also want to sell our products to overseas, but they are also requesting us to have certain requirements on all these things. So it's actually a topic that is really suffering. So we will help you to do some feedback as well to the
We
to the
just
control union and see how we can do it.
You see, Malaysia, 104 hours. You just divide by 4 weeks. It's already exit job. What are they talking? Correct or not? If I can 104, 1 week I cannot do, but even 1 month I accumulate is 104. You divide by 4. It's already more than 12 hours. So the number just don't jive. We have to figure. It's crazy.
Definitely, because we also
Mathematics,
feel
they
like
don't know
some of the
mathematics.
requirement, yes.
Yeah.
But definitely we will have to do some feedback as well lah on this specific requirement here.
Okay, thank you, Miss Yap. Thank you.
Okay, no issue, no problem. So anything, then we can continue on the next part.
Yeah, we may continue.
Okay, so next we go into the environmental requirement. So we'd like to check with you, do you have like established any management system, for example, like ISO 14000 on environmental management system?
Yes, we have.
Yes, you have. Then, yeah, no much worry already. Because on this part, they mentioned that you need to have a management system that is complying to environmental. So now, in this term, they want you to have a designated person to responsible in terms of environmental requirements. So maybe you will have a management representative, right, under your ISO 14000. So that will be someone that is more suitable and is also an existing personnel in terms of responsible to this compliance. And next, to maintain up to date with applicable local legal requirements, meaning that in terms of maybe ISO, you already have one part which is how you monitor, identify all the legal requirements. So this is where how you fulfill on this requirement applicable to the local legal requirements in terms of environment. So we will have an identification and also monitoring on this part. Next is the basic management control in place, a system to document, measure, and also track the relevant environmental indicators. So you see, when you establish an environmental management system, you have a very inclusive document management system. You also have like the control in terms of maybe some of the parameters, like some issue related to air pollution or wastewater topics and all this thing. You have the documents, daily monitoring documents, right? For example, for your daily monitoring wastewater. So these are actually all the basic management control and the document system that is in place to help you to track the relevant environmental indicators lah. Okay, and also what are the procedures and the records for the training in terms of environmental issues. For example, you have established your environmental policy. You have a briefing for the awareness of your environmental management policy, EMS policy. Next, you may have some training in terms of environment. For example, you will have an environmental program, or maybe how you want to reduce the consumption of using paper or water or electricity. What are the procedures, or you have any training awareness to the employees. So this is also complying to this part where they mention about to have a procedures and also records of training to the staff. Example, the one that I mentioned just now on the schedule waste management, how they can actually handle schedule waste. So this will be a few topics on this part. And under the environmental management system, they also talk about chemical management system. So you don't need to worry that, oh, I need to have another ISO, is it, or how? No, this is actually more to how you manage your chemicals. I believe you also have some procedures on the input of chemicals, how you monitor your chemicals, how you control all the records of your chemicals, right? So this is actually some of the records that is helping you to fill on this chemical management system. First, to meet the relevant legal requirements on chemical management. So for chemical management, it will different. The part where it's more to environment is when you have the disposal of the chemical, which is under Schedule 8. Apart from that, another types of legal requirement under chemical management is that you use chemical as one of your material. But this one, it will be more to the legal requirement under DOSH, under OSHA, on use regulation or class regulation as well. And next, you need to have a dedicated competent person to manage, ensuring that the use of your chemicals, the compliance on this is in place. So next, the record and also the training provided related to chemical management system. Still, it will be the same. All the training records or the procedures or any notice that you use to give awareness to your employees in terms of how you handle chemicals, how you do chemical labeling, how you dispose all this chemical as a Schedule 8. It's also included. Next, you need to have a complete information on the supplier, address, and key contact. So this information is also available in your chemical label as well in your safety data sheets. So in this part, they did mention that you need to have a complete safety data sheets available in the language used by the workers in the facility and also in English. So basically, the main one is that if you have a hazardous chemical, definitely according to our regulation, local national regulation, you need to ensure that you have two languages, which is English and Malay. Other than that, those that is not hazardous, you can actually remain it only in English, no problem. But one thing is that you may have foreign workers. So now, when you are giving training to the foreign workers, how they can handle chemicals, how you ensure that they understand how to handle it in your language. Because usually we may actually train them using English, right? Or maybe Malay. So if they do not understand, who will be the correct person or the suitable person to link as the bridge for the communication? Next, when you provide some training related on all this topic here, maybe you can train based on using pictogram, using picture, so that even though I don't really understand your language, but still I can understand based on the image that I see from the training materials, right? So that will be the one that is under the chemical management system. As well as they mentioned, you need to have a commitment, a signed document that you show your commitment to the environmental requirements. And all these policy documents and training records shall be in place to ensure the environmental management system is there. Meaning that you just follow whatever you are doing now for your ISO 14000, and all this document here can help you to fulfill the requirement under this GRS as well. So any question before I go into these environmental requirements, or maybe we can actually have a short break if there's no question on this part.
Yeah, I think we take a short break now.
Okay, so we will have a short break around 15 minutes. Is it okay?
Okay.
Okay, then we'll come back 11, then we'll continue on the other topic on this part.
All right. Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
no problem. Okay, so we will continue our session here. Okay, so next in terms of environmental requirements, you can see they will have like a specific kind of topic in terms of energy use, water use, then they will have wastewater, emission to air, and waste management system, waste management. So this will be the few main topics, major topic under environmental requirements lah. So first, it's on the specific topic on energy use. So if you notice, in each of these specific requirements, what they want is one thing, you need to track and you need to keep your record on all the consumption on monthly basis, that you need to set and meet certain targets for improvement purpose. So now energy use, usually how you can actually track it, you can actually use the easiest way, for example, the electricity use. Okay, so you can even use your electricity bill as one of the monthly basis tracking lah. And you can actually you need to set some improvement. So this improvement can be something that maybe it's linked to your objectives in terms of environmental management system, right? Maybe you have already set certain improvements showing that, oh, I would like to reduce my electricity usage by how many %, or what is the target? So you can use that for fulfilling this part. And next, water, in terms of water usage. So it will be the same thing. You need to have a record keeping, and you can actually able to measure it. And in terms of how you want to improve in terms of water usage. So you can actually set some targets and also objectives to improve on the water usage consumption. So the water usage can also be drinking water as well. So for example, how you would like to improve the access of safe drinking water in your workplace, which is free of contamination and everything. So this is actually just a statistic showing that the number of people that without access of the safe drinking water in the data is actually from 2020. So you can see how we can actually improve in our workplace, because this is only based on our company for now. Then next is about the water stewardship. So what are the methods that you use to ensure the sustainability, the economically beneficial, and also as well as the socially equitable in terms of the water part? So it is more to the good quality of the water and everything. So definitely we have our local authorities that control the water quality. So next up is actually for our purpose. For example, our water filter, our drinking water and all these things. How we ensure that the water are safe to use as a drinking water. So you may need to, for example, if you have some outsourced service on providing some water filters and all this, maybe it will be like maybe you will go for like Fuko and all this thing, right? So they have their water filter, drinking water filter. So you can actually request to have the water reports and all this to ensure that they have measured the parameters, ensuring that the water are safe to drink. And next is based on wastewater. So for wastewater itself, definitely, do you have a wastewater treatment plant in your factory area?
No, we don't have.
No, you do not have wastewater treatment plant, meaning that you will not producing any wastewater, or you have another method to dispose your wastewater.
We are not using the chemical which is would use direct to the drain. So we only some of the chemical we are disposed as a schedule waste.
Okay, so there are water that is linked to the drainage system, is it, from your production area?
No, actually we have the mixture of the oil and water, but we are sending out as a schedule waste.
Schedule waste lah, okay, no problem. So this is actually one of the plan on how you want to control your wastewater, because some they choose to have a wastewater treatment plant to treat their water. Some they just actually collect it and send it and treat it as a schedule waste. So also can, no problem, as long as you are fulfilling the local requirements on how you would like to treat and control your wastewater. Need to define if you are disposing, or no, if you are discharging the wastewater, definitely you need to ensure the parameters and all this thing, right? So the system is in place. So as long as if you have a proper system to control your wastewater or your effluent from your industrial, from your production, no issue on that. So I believe you also have it because you are complying to ISO 14000, right, in environmental management system. So we just continue on that part. And next is on the emission part, air emission, which is air pollution. So do you have any chimney or any like scrubber, back filter that you have in your factories?
No, we don't have.
So you are not emitting anything to the environment as well, lah. I mean to the air, lah, to the atmosphere. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Because if yes, then definitely the normal practice lah, to have the maintenance, to have like a report, sampling report, the parameters checking on the particles that you are emitting to the environment, and also how you would like to improve in terms of the emission, how you want to reduce the emissions. So this is actually on the air part. And next, this is the part where it will link to our Schedule waste, which is our waste management. Definitely, our waste contractors shall be appropriate permits, which is also controlled under our government. All the Schedule waste contractor need to be registered under DOE. So you also have a system, issue system, to coordinate all these things. And we also ensure that the contractors that we hire are also approved, because we need to register all the data in our issue system as well. So we already ensure one thing, which is this waste contractor. So for general waste, usually general waste, there's no much of requirements or you need to register or anything. So no much worry on that, as long as they are still like Alam Flora or any parties based on the state, right, to come and collect all the general waste. So now, one thing is that our existing Schedule waste management system is that we always need to ensure the proper storage and also segregation on Schedule waste and non-Schedule waste, which is hazardous and non-hazardous waste in this term. So to continue the practice on proper segregation, next, how you would like to provide awareness to the employee, how they can actually dispose, how to dispose all this waste. You may have some labeling or anything at the disposal area to provide the training for certain employees that they are doing or they are handling your Schedule waste. So definitely all the employees that is in the production, they need to know how to dispose it correctly. So you need to have some training to them as well. So make sure that all these training records are there. So inventory, management, storage, and transportation procedures for all waste streams shall be in place. So definitely inventory, we will have the issue system to help us in terms of our Schedule waste inventory, storage and everything. So now, about transportation, usually we will follow the national requirement where we register in the issue system, and we will have all the consignment notes, what are the significant documents that need to be passed to our contractor for the transportation purpose. So you just continue whatever you have done in terms of your Schedule waste management system in this criteria. So no on-site waste burning or uncontrolled waste landfilling may be undertaken. So this is as usual, no open burning. You don't bury any of your uncontrolled waste, meaning hazardous waste, Schedule waste at your site. So you will need to implement some improvement in terms of your production of your waste. How you would like to reduce the Scheduled waste that you produce from time to time. Can you reuse or recycle it? So one thing is that in terms of DOE requirements, we cannot simply reuse or recycle Schedule waste, because we need to have a special management application from DOE to do that. However, usually we will not sometimes we will not dispose that waste, but we send back to supplier. They will use it for other purpose. That is also one of the way to minimize the waste production as well. For example, we have a lot of chemical container. So one thing, we don't dispose chemical container, maybe we reuse it, maybe we reuse the carboy as the container to keep our Schedule waste. You can do that. Or you send it back to your supplier. Your supplier will actually dispose, or they will have another another procedures to reuse back all this container. So that will be one of the way. So you shall measure the amount of waste produced. So this one, no issue, because existing system in your ASUS, you already have all the amount of the waste that you produce, the schedule waste that you produce from time to time. So next is that you need to set targets, how you would like to reduce. This is actually for improvement purpose. So that will be the whole environmental requirements. Any question on this environmental requirements part?
No.
Okay, so far so good. So we will try to settle all the GRS requirements before lunch break. Then after lunch break, we will actually continue on CCS requirement, which is content claim requirements. Okay, so for chemical requirements for information, this is actually the last requirement stated in GRS. So just now under environmental requirements, they mentioned about chemical management system. So this is actually an additional information, additional requirements to your chemical management system. So the front part here is actually still as usual. You need to know, you need to have a list of chemical where you have the list of, maybe the list of chemical, your safety data sheets and all this information that is accessed to your chemicals, which is under here. So next, for record keeping, usually this is also another thing that is quite headache on the record keeping of safety data sheets. So now, usually what we are practicing is that we will ensure we have safety data sheets and it's within 5 years time. As for this one, they mentioned the SDS shall be less than 3 years old and shall meet at least one of the criteria here. So if in the assisting practice, you have like you comply to the REACH or any other this criteria, yes, it will be wonderful. Okay, so one thing is how we would like to maintain our SDS so that it can be less than 3 years old. So it is also refers back to our issue date lah. Okay, and for the restricted chemicals, so under GRS, there are a few restricted chemicals. So the list of restricted chemicals are a lot. So I can't actually show you one by one. However, the list of chemical will be provided to you as well during from my colleague Atika. Okay, and this one is actually the restricted chemicals, which is under REACH. So you need to ensure that your processing shall not have any of the restricted chemical which is under this substance of very high concern in this list of chemical. Okay. Next part, exclusion of substances and mixture classified with particular hazard codes and risk phrase. You are no use is allowed of the substance or mixture that are assigned any of the hazard statement code under here. So for example, if you have any chemicals that you are using in your production have this few hazard codes, so you are not allowed to use it. So this few hazard code here is mainly on more to the carcinogenic, more to the health hazard lah. Okay, so these are the hazard code that is provided. And another restriction is actually this one, exclusion of substances that do not comply with the manufacturer restricted substance list, MRSL, from this ZDHC. So this list will also be provided. So we need to make sure that these chemicals are not used in your products, GRS products. So that will be the whole requirements stated in GRS. So any questions before I go into the logo use?
Miss Yap, the
Yes.
MDS, normally the validity is 5 years, is it?
Yeah, usually it's 5 years.
But currently, your latest GRS requirement is 3 years. So
As they mentioned, this one, the SDS shall be less than 3 years old.
because our current practice is all we maintain at 5 years.
Yes, yes, yes.
3 years,
For
frequently.
Malaysia, we are using 5 years actually. So one thing is like this. So if you notice, because this writing of safety data sheets need to be from your manufacturer or from your supplier, right? Because we can't write the SDS. So after 3 years, maybe you can actually see whether you can get a new one. If you cannot get, we can't do anything also because it's not written by us and we are not having the rights to write the safety data sheets also, and they have their requirements to follow as well. So as long as we show that we know this and we are trying to commit to this requirement in terms of safety data sheets.
So we can prove that we are showing the email or some request.
Yes,
We request,
it's
but
like
we
you
cannot-
renew. Yeah.
Okay.
This is actually very hard also because everyone is using 5 years. And usually they will just renew after 5 years.
And for the chemical restriction, the reach and that the first 2.1 is reach, is it? 3.1 is
This one is reach.
then the 2.21 we need to check the MSDS chemical
On the
MSD.
hazard, on the hazard code.
If we are using some chemical with this code, we need to totally ban this chemical, or we still can use but with the proper help.
From the statement is no use of is allowed lah for this part. So we need to see whether we can actually find some replacement of certain chemicals that has the same function on this.
Because we do using some chemical for the strip screening or some printing, printing on the pallet. And actually it's a solvent. So I'm not sure. I need to check.
Usually, but we need to see because it also includes the category as well. We need to see the categories and the health hazard together, the combination the final combination. So maybe we need to screen through the chemical list as well.
Yeah, because we cannot simply change the chemical, otherwise
yes, it will affect your production, the quality and all this, right?
Yes.
Yes, true. So that's why we need to scan through also. And another thing is because for your case, because the chemical use is not textile for textile purpose because we are wearing. So it is more significant if it's under textile industry. But for your case, you are producing pellets, plastic pellets, right? So it is not like a very significant and also a very direct effect to human as shirt we are wearing on it, right? So I think this can be something that we can actually try to give a feedback to the certification body and see what are the acceptable range that they can actually accept for our products and our production.
Yeah, because we done the chemical exposure monitoring. Then we are following the recommendation. We are implementing
Yes.
we can do one. Otherwise, we want ban the stop use of that chemical. I think it's not possible for our side.
Because it's very hard to get a new replacement of that chemical also, right? because
Yes.
the final decision to use that specific chemical, it's actually after some discussion and also study already whether this chemical is suitable for your operation or not. So it's also very hard for you to like change to a new chemical or replace to a new chemical. So it's a gap where we can actually try to communicate with the certification body saying that actually we are not doing textile industry. We are providing the plastic pellets for industrial purpose. So this will not giving a very direct health effect to human because we are not wearing it and we are not using it like for long hours, right? So it's actually something that we can actually give feedback and also have communication with the certification body.
Do you have any client facing this issue, but they can still pass the certification?
Currently, no issue under chemical yet lah.
Okay.
Because like one of my client, because they are doing the material recycling, so they do not use any chemicals. And I also have some client that's doing textile, and they do not face issue on this also lah currently. But we'll see lah. If anything, we'll try to communicate and see what are the things that we can actually do to improve and all sorts of communication lah.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So any other questions on this part? Okay. So if no, then we'll continue under this GRS logo. So for your information, for GRS logo, there's only one type of logo. So the logo is actually, okay, first of all, the logo used is actually, this is actually a B2B chain, and the claim is actually based on the product itself. Okay, so based on what are the products, so it's based on, it's not certified. We are not certifying the company, but we are certifying the product itself. So this is actually how the logo looks like when your product is actually certified for GRS. So this is the logo, and we need to, there is color code as well. So after this, they will also have a guidance for you. What are the color codes for this? It's like a light blue here, and this is like something like green color, right? So this wording in black. And another thing is the background, how its background looks like. So usually the background, it will be like this. You cannot have like a transparent or anything. For example, like you see there's some pictures in my background of my slides, right? So you cannot show this picture of the background in the search, in the logo. So the logo shall be looks like this. So this is actually the logo under GRS. Okay. This one is still not that very important. Like this is actually some other types of logo or the showing the commitment to certain environmental requirements related logo, sustainabilities and all this thing. So that will be the logo part for GRS. So unlike RCS, they have like a specific kind of logo. For example, mine is 100% RCS product. So I have a logo for 100%. Mine is 95%. So I have another logo for 95%. So GRS, there's only one type of logo. And for logo, that it's a colored logo or a grayscale logo. So after that, you can choose to have a colored logo or a grayscale logo. Depends on what logo you want. And one thing is when you want to show your logo on your products, or even like advertisement, you can do it, but you cannot actually add in any words like, or it's a quality certified or anything. So that one is restricted to use, because GRS is only ensuring that the content of the product is actually meet certain requirements on the content claim. So that would be the part where you need to be careful when you want to use logo in terms of you want to advertise, you are doing some advertising. Okay. So any questions on this part, logo?
Can we having the logo on our products?
Embossing.
Emboss or engrave or printing?
You can actually have the logo on your product, just that you need to follow the requirements lah. And also we need to have a consent from the certification body as well. So usually the logo is like this. The design need to be approved by the certification body. And it is suggested that all this logo, when you want to use it, you use back the original file that is approved by the certification body.
Okay.
But that we emboss, we only having the black color. We cannot have the light blue or anything color. So
Grayscale lah.
grayscale. Yeah.
Yeah, there is two types. One is colored, one is grayscale. So if you want to use grayscale also can, but there are a few color. They also have color codes for grayscale. So usually grayscale is like a bit gray and black only. The difference is just like this. But the style of the logo is still the same under GRS.
Okay.
Okay, so next we'll go into CCS requirement. So CCS requirement is actually on the content claim standard. So for this CCS requirement, it actually applies to all supply chain side, okay, up to branding. For example, I'm producing this product with this brand, okay? And next is that we need to, in this standard, in this requirement here also, they will highlight on the identification of the transaction certificates. So what are the important documents that you need to have in terms of your materials, traceabilities, and identification? It's actually in this CCS. So, okay. One thing is that when in your system, if you have outsourced, you need to declare it to the certification body showing that, okay, we have this few outsourced service. And during your application for certification to the certification body, you need to also written down who are the outsourced company that you appointed in your service. So do you have any outsource in your production?
We have some component we outsource to other company to do for us.
Component lah, okay. So will it affect still we need to declare, but the checkpoint is that the risk point is that will it affect the recycled content of your product?
Well, because we provide the material to the supplier.
So yeah, because you provide all the materials, so you collect the materials and you provide to the outsourced company. Okay, no problem. So the risk is much more lower lah in that case. Okay, so Next is we go to the part where, okay, you see, this standard applies to materials and product in any type, meaning that, and also this is also one of the CCS requirement is also one of the standards that you need to comply when you are getting any certificates under textile exchange, which is, for example, now you are going for GRS. So some company they are going for RCS, some they are going also what is it, OCS. So all these are the same. And okay, for the claim, CCS is not permitted on any consumer product or consumer-facing product marketing. So this is where you see when you want to do a declaration, you do not declare like, oh, my product is actually CCS certified. But we declare as we are RCS certified, right? Okay, because this will not, this standards or this requirement here is actually to help you to furthermore how you monitor and control your in terms of your documents, identification, the process, and all these things. So one, in this CCS, there is a few sessions that is applicable. One, the first part is under section C. So management system criteria. So if you have any outsource, you need to ensure that the outsource company is being declared, except for the outsourced storage of final product where the contracting organization, it's a brand. So usually why we do not, it's okay for the final product is because it will not have any changes to the material content, okay, where the storage part is actually at the brand itself, because they will not change the packaging and every. They may just put up their brand logo and all this thing only. Okay, so and this CCS is applicable to all the trader distributor side as well. Okay, brands are only required to meet this module if they are also processor. So processor meaning that they are still doing the process, the production line, then they will need to fulfill some of the requirements under this CCS. If not, they just need to go to the brand criteria because they are just receiving whatever they have at the endpoint. Then next, processing and handling criteria. They will also have some requirements on your material handling, and also when you have some blending or mixing in your production, how you do the transport and also sale. This is the part where it applies for brand. So when you have any branding, yes, how you will receive your final product. So I believe like this plastic tablet, you are the brand itself, and you are also the one that is doing the processing of the product. So you need to comply to like how you want to handle it, how is the management system and sorts lah. Okay. Then also the last part is actually on the multi-site and group criteria. So there is a few types of criteria. So if you have like multi-site, okay, if you have a group site, how you would like to control, you need to have a internal control center to control everything. For example, you need to do audit to one of your sites, how you would like to do audit to that site, etc. Okay, and also adding some of the sites into your production, for example. So that will be one of the method as well. So all sites subjected to the certification are audited on site at least once annually. So meaning that you need to have a annual inspection. So it's like a annual internal audit as well. Okay, so now there is one list that this is actually some of the reference on the certification eligibility. But okay, this one is the one that is very, very, very important, which is ASR 225. So when you want to, there is a list of band organization established. So when you want to work with some organization, or you want to send outsource subcontract some of the work to some organization, you need to check on this list of band organization as well. So they will always update this list from time to time. So whenever you want, so I believe under ISO, you also have like the evaluation process, right? So maybe you can actually implement this process into your supplier or your vendor subcontractor evaluation process, monitoring process, where you take a step to check whether this organization are in the list of banned organization as ASR 225, which is this one. Okay. So that will be the general statement under CCS, general scope under CCS. So anything before I go into the specific requirement under CCS?
Yes, yeah. Just now you mentioned the band organization. That one is
Yes.
we have out with our own band organization, or there's a list for us to refer that.
There's a list. Maybe let me just guide you through. You can actually search like this ASR 225 list of band. It's under textile exchange.
Okay.
Yes. So they will update the list from time to time. So I remember they also have this, you see, it's updated until this date. So you can see there's one file. So you just open up the file. So these are the organization. They are still under the active ban list.
Oh.
So this is the list that you need to look through lah.
Oh. Actually, may I ask what are the reason why they are in the ban list?
This one I'm not sure. So they may, let me see.
They have an association to access all these organization around the world, and then they update from time to time, or how?
Yeah, they should have some resources to do all these things. Maybe it's because for example, they use some illegal products or illegal materials in their process or anything lah. You see, for example, this one, Textile Exchange has removed the name of the facility from the listing after the certification body confirmed that this entitled was a subcontractor and not a facility of the scope. And all this thing, they will have some justification here lah. Maybe it's through the audit to some of the company, and they found out some issue, and when they do investigation, they notice some of the things. Then they will put this inside their ban list as well.
Yeah,
So
the
this
judges.
is one of the ban lists. So they also have like, is it active ban from what time to what time?
Okay. All right.
Okay. Any other question?
No.
No more? Okay. So then we'll go into this management system criteria. So now, this is the general management system criteria. So it's something like they want you to have a document system. You need to have a person in charge to maintain and everything. So now, first of all, the organization shall operate a management system that ensure that all the applicable criteria of the standards are fully implemented. So you need to establish a system. You need to have a document, a procedures, or even the work instructions cover these applicable criteria under CCF. For example, what is the retention period? Okay, what will be the transaction certificate procedure and all these things. And next, you need to maintain a documented management plan that describes processes, including the point of risk, as well as a material and the process flow diagram. So you can actually have a flow diagram showing that which is the point of risk of having the mixing or contamination of your materials. So the contamination here is actually referring to, for example, I claim that my material is 70% recycled content. So at the point, I will do a mixing process. So maybe the operator is not aware, end up the final product is becoming 50% of the recycled claim. So what is actually the point of risk? At which point of the process is actually the risk part? So you can also have a risk assessment as well to do all these things. And next, you need to appoint a management representative to be responsible. So it's like a MR under this scope. Okay. Next, the organization shall provide the certification body with access to complete, up-to-date, and accurate information, meaning that if you have any change of physical site, you need to update them. If you have any change of scope, or if you have any complaint, you would like to update them. So this kind of cert, you need to have a close relationship with your certification body because you need to always communicate and also update them some information. So next, access to all documents and records related to conformity. So what are, maybe it will be some transaction records or the financial records or any documents related to your DO, PO, your shipping records and all this thing. Now, equivalent access to all sites and associated subcontractors. So if you have a few sites in your scope, the certification body also need to have access to that site as well. For example, if they want to do audit, they are doing audit at that site, that particular site. And if needed, maybe they will need to access to your subcon or your outsourced company as well. And one thing, it's about the legal operation of that location. So you need to have a document to support that. Okay, this company is legal. It's legal permitted to operate this business on this land. And so you will have like the Majelis Pembandaran and all this business license information, right? So this is actually part of the legal documents that help you to fulfill and show the legal permission to operate business on this land. The organization shall conduct a regular, at least annual internal inspection process. So in this term, we can actually use it like an internal audit. You need to have an internal audit annually to ensure that your process is actually fulfilling the requirements. So that's where you need to form up your internal audit team as well. And next, on training. So you need to have a specific role and responsibilities of the responsible personnel. So for example, starting from just now, our RCS GRS requirement, they mentioned you need to have a person in charge of social compliance. You need to have a person in charge of the environmental compliance. So who are these persons? What are their roles and responsibilities? So this needs to be communicated and maintained clearly. So the staff responsible for each procedure impacted by the standard shall be given proper and regular training. For example, I am one of your office staff that is controlling all the DO, PO, all these documents. So now I have some batch of, I have certain products are certified products and some products which are non-certified products. So I need to have a very clear identification, knowing that these are the certified product and those are the non-certified products. So if in the future, what you want to implement is that all products under your company are certified products, then there will be no much worries lah on that part. Unless you have some difference, these are these are certified product, then you need to have a clear procedures, or you need to train the person to do the work. So you need to provide this training. So there will be a lot of internal training, not only to the office, maybe to the operators as well. How to define certified material and non-certified material. When they want to get the materials for their production, how they read their job scope, their job sheet. For example, they know how to where and how to get this material from the warehouse. So these are the examples of your trainings that you can provide to yourself in terms of how they do all these proper work, ensuring that there's no big impact to the final certified product. Okay, anything before I go into this volume reconciliation? Okay, so next is actually on this part, which is more to like an inventory thing. So you need to control, you need to monitor all the claim input and output from time to time, meaning that you need to have like an up-to-date inventory lah. How many input is coming in, what are the quantities, it's from where, from which suppliers, for example, and how many that we receive and we send into our production, how many of it is actually sold out. This is all the documents that you need to have in terms of this part. Next is the transaction certificate. So now, when you have some materials, recycled materials from the supplier, you need to get their transaction certificate as well. For example, you have one supplier that they are certified company, right? So when they have outgoing of product to your company, they need to get a transaction certificate from their certification body. And this transaction certificate need to be passed to you also. And once you need to ensure that you receive this incoming transaction certificates, and you need to ensure that the inventory of the products, everything are there. Okay? And also like you have some stock check, the balance of the stock, how many you left in this batch. So next is for your final product, usually you will have maybe like a recipe. For example, I will mix component A, component B, and component C by how many percent by weight. Okay, so for them, they are usually using by weight. So you need to have your own formula on that. If needed, if you have any like conversion factors or anything, please document it up. And also what you may have some equation or formula to come up with your calculation. So you need to have the documents which stated all this process or the equation or the conversion factors in this state. And also one thing, your expected waste factors. So waste can be based because of reject, because of some energy waste or any waste. For example, you have 100 kg of your input material. The ideal ideal is that the output is also 100 kg, right? However, when you combine when you have done throughout the production area, you have certain waste or certain reject. So we will come up with a uniform or a standard waste factor. So this waste factor need to be defined. So if you notice that, oh, the waste factor is actually there is no fix, like, okay, for them 5% waste factor is a lot or 10% is a lot. So it's actually your waste factor. So now when you notice that it's very, very like out of sudden, the waste factor becoming very it becoming a lot, meaning that there's something happened in your production already. So you need to take investigation process to find what is the reason of this waste factor increment. Okay? So you need to also have calculation, usually how many reject products that you have, all the inventories lah in this part. So inventory input, then just now you have defined the waste factor, expected waste factor. So you need to also compare with your actual waste factor. So if your actual waste factor here is more than 5% from the expected waste factor, then you need to do investigation. And this investigation need to be recorded as well lah. Okay. Clear with the waste factor part. Okay, so one thing is that it's good to have a review for all your inventories, all your documents, annual basis lah. So it's also equivalent, like before your internal audit, you do a review section for all the documents as well. And another formula of how to do this volume reconciliation and everything, it will be referring to another document, which is CTS 105. So basically, this volume reconciliation is like you have a combination of a few items. Then the status of this item is how many percent. For example, the material itself is actually 100% of recycled content. So now when it's entering to your production, do you combine with other non-recycled materials? So if yes, then it will affect the final percentage as well. So you need to have a formula, a calculation to show what is the final percentage of your recycled content in your final product. And next, for the record keeping. So usually, what is the current record retention period for your documents in your company?
Depend on the type of document. 1 to 3 years is depend on the document type.
Okay, so for your information, if the documents is closely related to the materials, right? So it's closely related to the products itself. Under GRS or under this CCS requirement, it need to be retained with the minimum of 5 years. For example, pardon?
Soft copy.
No problem. You can actually keep it as soft copy. They do not mention that it must be hard copy, because imagine if you want to keep hard copy for 5 years, that will be a lot, right? Then you need to have a designated location, or even you need to rent another new place just to keep all the documents already, right? So yeah, you can actually use soft copy, no problem lah. Any other questions? I think the voice is actually breaking. I can't hear the sentence.
No, we are not talking. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because when someone is talking, there's one green color box coming out, right? Then I saw the green color box, so I thought you guys are asking some question. Okay. If no, then we will proceed on the next part. Is actually on outsourcing. So now, if you have any outsourcing, you need to declare the outsourcing activity. Yes.
Ishak, I want to check
Yes.
if the volume reconciliation is we need to do the stock count or how frequent we need to do.
Okay. Usually you will have like the inputs. What are the input materials, right? And how many of this material will be used for this production? And what are the output amount? This is actually all the volume reconciliation, the whole set of it. They call it the volume reconciliation. So you need to have like the combination, for example. Okay, for now, your plastic pallet, are you using 100% of the recycled material?
Yes. Some of the product
100%. Okay, if 100%, then it will be very clear lah. You only have one types of input. So some condition is that you may have a few different combination. So you need to calculate out. So now I am combining this amount of recycled plastic with that amount of non-recycled plastic. I'm not sure how the combination works, but based on the combination, the output of it, you need to show the calculation, how you get the final percentage of recycled content in your final product. So that is actually how they trace back in terms of input. Then also still, other than this calculation, you still need to have inventory on how many products or how many recycled materials you have already in your warehouse. It's because based on the volume reconciliation, we roughly know in terms of for you to produce that amount of output, you need to have certain amount of input. So is your existing inventory able to support that production? So this is how they link to the inventory, to the stock, and also the whole volume reconciliation.
If we have a different supplier, then one supplier we consider is certified under GRS. Another supplier is not under GRS. So if we want to use, we need to have the physical counting on that stock related for that these two different supplier, because one may be used in the product certified with GRS, may not use for that. So
For the
we
certified product.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the non-certified materials, they do not really care how you want to use it. Okay, just that they only control at the point where is the current inventory enough for certified products to support your production. So for example, you have declared the content of this product is how many how many percent of the recycled material, and under this percent of recycled material, 100% of it is actually from the certified organization. So now, is your current inventory providing you that specific amount to run your production in terms of the certified materials, certified recycled materials? So this is how they link it. So you can actually it's your way on how you want to track your input and output. But in terms of at the site, on this side, usually you no need to really separate out, okay, these are the location where I use all this material for certified product. The only control at your warehouse usually is it a certified material or is it not a certified material? That's all.
Yeah, I think okay. Yes.
Okay, so next is actually on outsourcing. So for outsourcing, we need to always ensure that because your practice is you will send out the materials to them, right? So there's no much worry. And one thing is outsource, meaning that the ownership of that product and that material is still under your ownership. And outsource and these subcontractors shall not have a common ownership with you. So this is actually called the outsourcer. So there is two types of outsource contractor. One is the outsource contractor that is certified, and another one is outsource contractor that is not certified under this standards. Okay, so for each of these outsource contractor, you need to actually have a list of the subcontractor. What are their process? So you see, you need to have their name, address, the contact details, and all this information on the outsourcing processes. And also, if you have some of the outsource contractors that are also a certified company, you need to have their license number and their expiry date as well. So currently for your company, do you have any outsource contractor that is certified under GRS or even RCS? Usually GRS and RCS is paired up.
So far, no.
So far, no.
So far, no, right? Okay, no problem. So because like this, if you have outsource, I think it's mentioned behind here. Never mind, I'll just show you first. So when you have a outsource contractor, you need to ensure that there is agreement. So I believe when you appoint some of the company to help you to have certain outsource service, you will have a contract agreement with them, right? But that contract agreement will be more to the business part. So now for this GRS PCF part, if you have any outsource contractor, you need to have an agreement with them. So if the contractor itself is a certified company, so you do not need to worry much on their compliance to GRS or CCS because they are really complied to it. So if your company, if your outsource contractor is not a certified company, so they may need to have certain process. For example, they need to ensure that their company has a proper warehousing system so that they do not simply locate your materials. They do not mix up the certified materials with the non-certified materials, etc. And do they need to have like a inspection process, how they do their in-process inspection and all this thing. Other than that, when you declare this is your outsourced company, at the starting point, when you apply the certification with your certification body, you already declare a list of your outsourced company, right? So now, if in the future you would like to have a new outsourcing company, then you will need to also get approval from the certification body to update into your certificate scope, because all the outsourced company will be written in your certificate scope as well. Okay, so this is actually an extra step that you need to take when you would like to have a new outsourced company in the future. So this is where they mention you shall actually provide a valid contract to the contractor, the outsourced contractor. So it need to apply or comply to the requirements under CCS, meet all applicable certification criteria of standards. So it's under CCS. The easiest way is that they need to have a physical separation of their materials at their site. So you send them all the materials to produce some of the components, right? So how they actually store it, how they do the identification, their site, they need to allow your certification body to do audits at their site if needed, and not making any claim or misuse your standard logo, which is the GRS logo at the product. So they are not allowed to do that. And no furthermore outsourcing process can be done by them. So if they cannot do any outsource process for your product or for your component, so this is actually the criteria that need to have in your contract for the subcontractor. So we call it, maybe it's an outsource contract agreement, or it's a subcontractor contract agreement. So now, the organization shall also have a valid contract with any independently certified subcontractor. So that is actually for all the contractors. This one, and this is actually the certified subcontractor. For example, if first of all, definitely they need to meet all the criteria. So now, if anything happened to the validity of their certs, for example, there is some suspension or ban by by control union or any certification body, they need to notify and inform you within 7 calendar days. So not 7 working days, but 7 calendar days. So they need to also provide the certificate scope, updated certificate scope to you to document out. So that will be the few things that need to be written in the valid contract agreement for your certified outsource. Okay, so any question for that part?
If the contractor is producing the part is not for our certified product, that one is not considered. We are no need.
It's okay. That one no need. Because they only look at the scope where this contractor is helping you to produce some parts on your certified product.
Mister, are you still a lot? Because it's almost our lunchtime.
Yes, I noticed that also, because I'm thinking to continue this shipment part after the lunchtime.
Okay.
Because I noticed the time is also almost there already. So any other question on this contract agreement? Okay, if no, then we will continue that part, which is still in the outsourcing part after our lunchtime lah. Okay, if that case, I will stop the recording for a while. Okay, then we'll continue our session here after our lunch. Okay, so just now we talked about we are still in the structure of outsourcing. So just now we mentioned, like, if you have any company that you ask them to do outsource service for your products, especially if it's your certified product. So now, if your just now we talk about the we need to have a valid contract, and these are the items that need to be written in the contract. So now, if you want to send the item, so for example, prior the sending of each shipment of the plain materials for the outsourcing, so you need to ensure that current or valid scope it's available for that some contractor, for the contractor that is certified. They are certified company. And also you need to inform the certification body of the outsourcing. Then if there's any needed information regarding on the transaction certificates on the outsourcing, you just follow the instruction from the certification body. And also we need to ensure that you're able to track the movement of the materials, meaning that the traceability of all the products to the contractor side and also return to your organization side. So this must be something that able to trace from your side when you receive the materials. Then there is documents for the receiving, right? After that, when you send out from your place to your subcontractor place, you need to also have some track document for traceability purpose. Then when they send back to you, return it to your place, you need to also have documents filling that. And of course, to ensure that you need to conduct all the inspection activities after that. Okay. If the organization is acting as a subcontractor of other contracting organization who is certified to the standard, the organization shall notify their certification body of the arrangement and shall ensure that all criteria in the contract with the contracting organization are met, meaning that you as a certified GRS certified company, you can act as a subcontractor for other company. However, you still need to notify your certification body, telling them that, okay, now we are actually doing a outsourced service for them. So you see any information needed from your certification body. So that will be the outsourcing part, which is you appoint someone to be the outsource company, or you yourself want to act as an outsource company. So any question before I go into this processing and handling? Okay. So,
is this necessary to be the outsourced supplier need to be certified?
not really.
If they are not certified, so we need to have some traceability and some record keeping to show the material out and finished good in, then should be okay.
And then you need to have a contract agreement.
Contract agreement.
So this one, this is when you have a contract agreement with them, you need to have a few requirements lah. For example, okay, now you are my contractors, right? So you need to ensure the physical separation. You don't go and mix up our materials with other companies thing, and also the proper identification of the certified and not certified recycled content, recycled materials lah. So it's actually this requirement here.
So they were subjected to the CB audit also?
If the auditors wanted to have a visit to their site to take a look, yes, they need to give cooperation on this lah. But if needed, the certification body need to give up notice at least 3 days before.
Okay, understood.
So they cannot like suddenly I want to do a spot check at their place. No lah, they need to give a notice.
Okay, understood.
Okay. Okay, any other question? Okay, if no question, then we'll continue on the processing and handling. So now you have already received all your materials and everything. So you need to process and handle all your materials. So now the organization shall actually hold the valid certificates when you want to process all these certified products, of course. So we need to ensure that the materials, it's actually labeled properly. Okay, and during the time, you need to have a proper segregation when you handle all the materials, only when you want to, at that point where you want to do any blending or mixing of your recycled materials. Okay. So managing the input, first of all, you need to have a complete list. So I believe under your ISO system, you already have a list of your approved suppliers, right? So now what you need to do is actually to have some added information based on who are the suppliers that are supplying you all your materials, recycled materials for your certified products. So what are their license number? Are they certified or not certified company? Okay. Now, the the documents that you receive when you are receiving the materials need to be confirmed, meaning that need to be tally lah, okay? And also it needs to have some description, which is like this: the quantity, the quality, the percentage. For example, if you are receiving 100% recycled materials, then you know it. Some maybe it's 70%, depends on what are the percentage. And as well as if it's certified materials, the documents we need to also have the transaction certificate when you receive the materials. So this transaction certificate need to be provided to you by your supplier, the certified company. Okay, so now what are the significant documents, the important documents that you will need to have together with your materials? Documents that is relating to the inputting, and also some documents you can actually ensure that you need to have it during your incoming inspection. So of course, the name and the address of the supplier. And when you receive, maybe they will give you some DOs and all these documents, right? So make sure that all these documents are there. The quantity, quality, and also the description of the product is correct. The claim, is it correct? Usually they will have a label, you can compare it. Any shipping documents, so you can show it, and also any financial record of the purchase, meaning that the whole purchase order, quotation, and everything. So these are the documents that you need to have during all this thing. As well as for the transaction certificates. Okay. So if some company, okay, I do not go for RCS or GRS. So that meaning that I do not certify under textile exchange standards. However, my company are certified to other standards, and these other standards have their own transaction certificates. So this transaction certificate can be also used as one of the documents, important documents for this traceability path. So now, when okay, maybe we look at this part. Okay, for claim materials moving from one site to another within the same organization, there shall be responding records that refers the initial claim materials, quantity, quality, blend, mixing percentage, and all this item here. Meaning that I have received my materials into my warehouse, right? So usually I will actually store it in my warehouse. Then if the product need anything, I will move from my warehouse to my production area. So it's not that, oh, now I want to use it, so I just simply take what are the materials that is needed, right? Definitely you have a instruction. What are the amounts of materials you need to take to your production to run the process? So you need to have that corresponding record. Maybe it's your job sheets or your any production documents lah. Okay, to show that this this specific quantity, description, or types of the materials that you have. So you shall provide all the incoming transaction certificate that you receive from your supplier when you receive the product together with the transaction certificates, right? The transaction certificates need to be submit and provide a copies to the your certification body as well. This is because when you have any outgoing of your product, they will link your incoming transaction certificates to your outgoing transaction certificate. So from there, they can actually see the connection throughout the supply chain. So this documents, it's very important, as the transaction certificate itself will actually indicate this product, what is the component, then this component is actually coming from where, how is it come here, and what is the by weight and all this information. So that's why the validity and the inspection of the incoming materials is very, very important at this point. Okay, so let's see. Okay, next. So if, for example, you have received some materials into your site, so during the verification, you notice that there are something that is unusual. You need to actually stop receiving it. Maybe it's a reject thing. You need to reject it. So now, also the same when you have sold out some of your products to your customer and you notice that there is something wrong with maybe the recycle claim or anything to that specific batch of product, you need to inform your customer and your certification body within 7 calendar days. Okay, so this is where you have send out the products to your customer. So that will be the thing where we talk about the handling and the handling, processing and handling of your materials. Okay, any questions on this part? Okay, so now that will be more focusing on the documents. What are the documents that is needed? So now the on-site handling. So this part will be more to like the warehouse side and also the production side. So now when we talk about topics that's related to identification and traceability, usually the usual way that we do is actually physical segregation or separation. We can actually have labeling. So as long as you practice any method to identify that this is the material that is the recycled materials, and this is a certified recycled materials, and we are using this in our production. So maybe you will have identification on the materials, or you have a designated location, then, or maybe you have a labeling to show that will be sufficient. Okay, and also the proper identification between certified and non-certified must be clearly identified throughout the production, except at that point that you decide to do the blending or mixing of the materials to the product. Okay, and also you can do any sorts of labeling. For example, for now, this machine is running a certified product, so maybe I will put a label or any identification showing that, okay, for now this machine is actually running a GRS certified products. So make sure the non-GRS materials, the non-certified, or I say the materials for the non-certified products, it's not mixed up in this machine. Okay, so you need to have all this formula will be according to your volume reconciliation. And contamination, point of contamination will occur when there is no proper housekeeping or proper identification. So make sure we reduce the risk of contamination. So the contamination here refers to the product itself is contaminated by the non-certified. For example, you have a whole batch of plastic pellet, which is certified. So in between, maybe it's mixed up with some of the non-certified pellet. So that we will consider as a contamination under them. So also mentioned inside here, the storage can be done by using identification or segregation, any methods, as long as when I go into that place, I clearly know that these are certified, these are non-certified, no issue on that. Just that you need to ensure one thing is, after you have done the packing stage, how you will need to store it, how you identify it so that there is no accidental mix up with the non-certified products. And also there's no chance for others to secretly replace the things, the materials in that certified batch. So that will be the part where we talk about the handling thing. So any questions on this part? If no, then we will proceed with blending and mixing. So now, blending and mixing, it's allowed when you have non-certified materials or non-clean materials. Okay, however, you need to be done according to the formula or the recipe that you come up with. So that's where you will come up with your maybe the different percentage. Because of this blending and mixing, the final product may have different percentage of the certified content or the reclaimed materials. So you need to have a proper identification. How many of these non-clean materials are in this product? So this is where maybe you can actually return it in maybe in your worksheet, so that when your production people, they know how many kg maybe of the plastic needed to request from the warehouse for their production purpose. So for all this thing, so this is actually more to these factors, loss factor, where just now we mentioned about the waste factors, right? So each of this production, you have your loss factor and waste factor as well. So you need to calculate an expected loss waste factor, and because this will help us to estimate how many input that we need, and also is the existing input sufficient for us. And what they call by this calculation made per batch, meaning that maybe you have a fixed unit, maybe to produce one unit of this padlet, what is the materials needed. So this part is actually not really into your practice, is because this is more to the textile industry where they have the trims and everything. Okay, so that will be the part where you have mixing and blending. So non-clean materials are allowed in the mixing and blending. So the output will become like you reduce the less of the percentage of your recycled content at your final output. Okay. Any questions on this part? Okay, if no question, I will continue with this transport and sales. So after you have done all the production work, now you are going to sell it out. So one thing is make sure the packaging or the container for your product is closed and sealed properly to ensure that there is a very low risk or potential of any replace or substitution of your materials. So that's why usually when we talk about outsourced service, right, there are considered like a very sensitive or significant outsource, high risk outsource, or low risk outsource. So usually low risk outsource is where they just help you to do packing because they will not really affect the initial percentage of recycled content in your product. However, high risk outsource is where maybe they help you to blend and come up with the parts. So that one is considered a high risk. So usually auditor will put more focus in the high risk rather than the out risk part. And next, when you are doing any transport and sales to your customer, so you need to ensure that all the shipments of your materials are being labeled with correct and accurate identification. So you can use your GRS labels and anything. So in your documents, your financial records or your shipping documents, make sure all the needed information is there. For example, the description of your product, quantity, percentage, what else? Maybe your license number and all these items here. So you need to make sure all these documents are available with your shipment together to your customer site. So now, just now when we talk about all this shipment document, you also need to provide the transaction certificate to your customer. So before you sell this product, you need to apply for transaction certificate from your certification body. Okay, so this transaction certificate will after you applied it, your certification body will provide you your transaction certificate for particular shipment batch. So you can actually have a few shipment under one transaction certificate so that you no need to really keep on applying for the transaction certificate. And this all your documents here can actually carry the standard logo, which is, for example, you are carrying your global recycle standard GRS logo, no problem. Even your marketing and all this, no problem as well, because some of the standards, supply chain standard, they do not allow you to have a logo to your marketing materials, right? So for them, they are okay with that. Just that you need to follow lah. You cannot like simply add any wordings or any statement at their logo to support some of the things. Okay, so the transaction certificates. So now when you want to get the transaction certificate, this one, when you want to apply the transaction certificates, you need to provide certain information to your certification body. So the documents maybe all the purchase order, all the financial records that is needed. So some maybe they will need your quality test reports, the testing of your products, shipping, your shipments documents. What are the who is actually the buyer of the product? How many materials you have inside, or how many product you have, the quality, the quantity of it. So if you are doing any export and import, they may ask for some documents that is related to government transportation documents. And also you need to provide them your incoming transaction certificates, meaning that the transaction certificates that you receive from your supplier, or the volume reconciliation, the combination and the composition of calculation in this for your specific products. So so any other thing is that, so if your product itself are handled by certain subcontractor, you also need to provide the information of that subcontractor as well. So other than that, maybe the certification body will ask you for any further information or details, then you just provide for them. So all this document here, it's actually a data and an information for them to input into your product transaction certificates. So you always need to ensure that each of the products that you sell out to your customer have a valid transaction certificates. Okay?
Miss
So
Yap,
that, yes.
Miss Yap, yeah. For the transaction certificates, like, do we need to, like, every shipment or every order that
No. Okay,
have the
so
transaction certificate?
So I have a few customer also ask me this same question, because it's like, if every day I have a shipment, then every day I need to apply, right? No. So they can actually merge. For example, I take an example of my client who is doing textile, because usually they will have some seasonal products, right? So they can actually merge the whole season product into one transaction certificate. That, like, for your shipment, every day you have a shipment, like maybe you can merge. There is the certification body will have like a maximum how many of it you can merge. Usually they will base on the amount of batches, and also maybe the amount, the types of products in that one transaction certificates. So you can actually have a lot of shipment in one transaction certificates, because all the things inside is the same, right? Just that so no worries on that. Like, you can actually combine the few quite a lot. It's not the few. I remember we can combine up to hundreds.
Okay, we can combine, but can we exclude? Like, let's say this shipment, we don't need any transaction certificate. Can we not to report or request any certificate?
Only if the product that you send out is not a certified product, then it's excluded for transaction certificate. As long as you would like to sell the product that is under GRS certified, then you need to have a transaction certificate.
That means all the products that produce under the GRS need to be recorded lah. We need to report to them.
Yes.
Because
so, for example,
I heard that it take times for them to issue the transaction certificate.
Yes, they need some time to try to, I think, few weeks time. So usually they will, most of the company, they will come, when they receive all the order, they will receive a lot, right? Then maybe the shipment will separate into few shipment. So once they have confirmed the order, usually they will directly apply already, because the material composition and everything is fixed. You won't change, or you do not have like any like changes out of sudden. I want to change the composition of the products, right? Because the percentage are still the same. because that is your product. So usually, once they have received like a big amount, you may separate into a few shipments, but they will register and apply the transaction certificates together.
I see. Okay.
I think I remember I read through their transaction certificates. I think it's 3 weeks. Let me just double check. There is one transaction certificate. I remember they have one guidance for that. Let me check whether I have downloaded it. I remember I've downloaded this. Okay, here is it. Here is the transaction certificate. This is actually the policy of transaction certificates. So I remember they state the timeline. So this is actually the timeline for their issuing of their transaction certificates. So it's actually here. The certification body. So this one is actually a guidelines for the certification body. So the certification body shall issue a transaction certificate if a complete and valid application is received within 90 calendar days after the earliest shipment. Okay, shall not issue transaction certificate if the complete and the valid application is not received within 180 days. And another one is for this one, the certification body shall issue a transaction certificate if a complete and valid application is received within 30 calendar days after the scope certificate expired. Or this one is actually on the expired thing. So for usual one, it refers to this one. So this is actually the guidelines where they come up with their transaction certificates, and they also have the standard format for their transaction certificates. I think they did catch here. This is actually one of the templates of their transaction certificates. So it will actually looks like this, but this one is actually the textile product lah. So that's where I mentioned you need to give the information by weight, because in their transaction certificates, they will highlight in weight, like this. So this is actually the transaction certificates that we keep on talking about. Okay. Any other questions?
No.
So usually for now, transaction certificates is like you are trying to imagine that thing, right? Because you have not received that thing before. So it's actually a piece of paper, and they have all the certified materials of your product. It's written inside there. Okay. So next is that after you have sent out all the thing, then it will go into the branding part. For example, this is my brand. So this is where when some of the company, they are doing the branding and they do not do the processing. So when they receive the final product from their suppliers, they need to ensure that they have all the transaction certificates and all the inspection done. Is the quality, the quantity is correct? Is the percentage correct? How is the logo looks like? They need to have inspection on the product itself. So for your case, because you have already, you are the one that process all the thing, also you are the brand. So you have already done all the inspection throughout the production. So there will be no issue on this part lah. Okay, so next is okay. Claims control system. This is more to, for example, I want to put printed labels and all this thing into my products, into my brand. And on the final sales part, so one thing is they focus about the use and also how you do the logo. So they make sure that you do not simply put out the logos with any other additional statement. Okay, so all the logo or claims that you would like to put out to your products, you need to be approved by the certification body. For example, the logo, how is it looks like, the size, how you would like to print it out. So you need to get approval from the certification body. So it's under here. This is where you would like to distribute your no, this is actually more to the distribution sites. So now you are the one that is holding the brand, right? So maybe you have a few sites or a few sites that will be the area that you do the distribution. So you need to have a proper tracking system through all these distribution sites, so that whenever there is anything, any complaints, touch wood, or anything, we able to trace back through the site to your main factories and all the processes lah. Then this is actually the product identification. So usually when you want to sell out some of the product, you need to put up maybe some logo, or you have some tracking system, right? Maybe you have barcodes or anything for your outgoing. So make sure that you need to have certain way of tracking system, so that it will link to your existing process, link to your purchasing system, and also it can actually link to the transaction certificate if needed. The linkage here doesn't mean that, oh, when I scan the barcode, the system will directly pop up all this information. Not really. But it's that when we need all this information, we're able to get this information. So now, if you are actually selling this product to another business, then you will need to provide all the sales documents and everything to that company as well. It's like your suppliers selling their products to you, and you're using their products to come up with your products. So you need to provide all the sufficient information. For example, your license codes, what are the shipment documents, sales documents, and everything together when you send out the product to them. And this part is the multi-site and also group criteria. So this will be the last part for CCS requirement. Before that, do you have any questions? Okay. No questions, then we'll proceed on this part, which is multi-site and group criteria. So for your case, you need to ensure that all sites that it's covered under your scope must be like this, under the common ownership lah, which is under multi-site certification. So how the things looks like is that you will have one company name with the address. Then we may actually put this as the main facility. Then other than that, maybe you will have different other site. Maybe this is the factory. This one is our distribution. Maybe this is our location where we do all the packing. So you need to highlight this site is actually, what are the main function of this site? So you may actually add multiple sites into your scope. So there's no issue with that, just that you need to declare it. So when they certify the thing, yes, they are also certifying that your certified product can go to this location to do any of this process. Okay, so when you have this multi-site, you need to ensure that this is actually under one scope. There's one more part which is under this internal control system criteria, which means that it's like something, the idea is like HQ. You need to have one internal control system. So that will be the main facility, for example. And you need to appoint one person to be responsible for the management of the internal control system, meaning that we will ensure that my site, my main facilities, other sites are also complying to all these requirements. And they will do all the coordination between. So even, for example, if I want to do audits for my main facilities, my factory, maybe my warehouse, maybe you have 2 to 3 different sites. So how you coordinate from all these sites, and this internal control system here, it can be a team or only one person. They need to ensure that all the other sites are meeting all the criteria and also maintaining all the documented processes and also records that is needed at their site. So now, one thing is when you would like to add or remove any sites. So this ICS, or we call the internal control system, will be the point where they do the decision to add or to remove some of the sites into your scope or out of your scope. But then always remember, you will need to inform the certification body, because when there is any adding or removing of site, it will actually have some changes in your scope cert. So you need to actually inform them ahead. And also, you need to provide training as well for the site people. And also, some of it, you can actually appoint like, you have a team or some person in charge at each of the site, okay? Then you guys will actually coordinate among yourself, making sure that the process, the records, trainings are done. So the one thing is you need to have a complete list of your site. So you can actually add it into your scope, showing that, okay, this is the name of the site. Maybe some they may have like a bit different company name, but it's still under one common ownership, right? So you need to highlight the name, the address, the contact details. What are their process? For example, main facility. So some they are only office process. Some maybe they are doing manufacturing. Then another side they are doing packing. Another side they are doing distribution. So you will need to highlight what are the process and what are the steps they have in that site itself. And all this information is not only applied to the certification body. After you have got your, after you are certified, your name and all this information will be actually uploaded into one system where it's controlled and always up to date. So if you're interested, later I will lead you through the website as well, how you can actually look for this certified company as well, and how you look at the scopes and everything. Okay, so you need also this ICS here is to make sure that all the requirements are fulfilled towards all sites. And another thing is when it's needed, the auditors can actually go to the site to do audit. And also, of course, training and responsibilities are needed lah for all the sites, which is under here. Okay, so this is actually where they talk about the site shall be confirm with the documents, to the criteria. So this is actually the auditing of the site. So now, when it's needed, the certification body need to have certain access to go to the site for audits. And the organization shall acknowledge that the certification body will audit all sites on site annually, unless there are some situation you'll be excluded from audit. For example, the site is actually a trader or a distributor. So because when the site is actually a trader or distributor, the point of risk is not that high. So because of that, the audit can be done by remote base. Some, for example, you are going to for multi-site, right? So the organization is being audited on a sampling basis. Then in that case, the certification body will actually pick a few sites as sample to do audit at your place. So that will be the auditing of the site. And this is actually the part where we mentioned about removing and also adding. So now when there is remove or adding, meaning there's a change of scope. So when there's change of scope, definitely you need to get approval from the certification body. And when there's a change of scope, the system from the website will change itself. So what we get, yes.
Yeah, Miss Yap, the sites must be located locally or can be overseas?
Can be overseas. Can be overseas. So I have also some like HQ is actually in Malaysia, and they have a few sites in Vietnam. So it's okay also, as long as it's under same commonship. Okay, so there are also so those if you have at overseas, no worries on that lah. You still can actually get them.
Let's say we have a subsidiaries. So is it considered we can like certify together as recognized as a different sites?
Maybe can you give some example?
We have a JV.
We have a JV business in Indonesia that doing the same things, produce the plastic pellets. So if we certify here, can we like include them in our scope as well?
Are they actually under same commonship?
Joint venture.
How you
joint venture lah. I think for that I think you can actually, if that case, or we can refer to the group certification. Because for the multi-site certification is actually those that is under common ownership. So you see, when there is without common ownership, it's also allowed. So maybe it will be more to the group criteria.
That means it's possible or not possible? Because like it's under the same group, but we are holding like 70% of the share. So
it's possible lah. You see, the scope certificate has a primary scope, and the primary standard allows for site without common ownership. So you are the certificate holder. So you allow them to join in to your scope as a group criteria. However, you also need to ensure that they are fulfilling all these requirements as well lah.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so that is two different types of criteria. So where are we just now? So if that case, it will be like this. The organization is managing a supply chain group certification, in which case there will have some criteria where the certification body, when they do audits, how they do. So it will be not according to the multi-site anymore lah. If you would like them to join this scope. Okay, so now the ICS shall have the authority to remove sites from the scope certificate. If a site is removed, the ICS shall notify both the site and the certification body of the removal in writing, including the reason of removal, because they do not want you to simply like add and remove. I'm not sure about the costing. Maybe they will request for some costing when there is any change of scope, right? I'm not sure on that part, but when there is any removal, you need to have a proper official notice to the site and the certification body so that they are aware with the reason. It's like when you go for ISO, right? If you want to mention that this is not applicable, you also need to have justification. So you need to justify why this site need to be removed from your scope. Okay? So that will be the whole thing under CCS. So any question? So if there's no question later, I will get you through the system where they used to have the information on all the certified organization as well. So any questions on this part? So because this is like suddenly two requirements coming, right, starting from new, then you need to absorb all these things within a day time. Maybe at this point, you may not, you don't know what to don't know what to ask also, right? So if there's no other questions, maybe let me just guide you through the place where just now I mentioned, which is the part. Okay, so you can actually, when you go and Google, right, you can actually put like this GRS certified company. So if you notice, they will come up this find a certified company. So when you look for like subcon and subcontractors, right, you can actually get it from here as well. So there will be one place here where you can actually search for the company. So maybe we search for GRS. So we see that it's quite a number of certification body that do this cert as well. So you are going, maybe we just give one under control union. Maybe we look for Malaysia. Okay, product details. Never mind. We go and search and see. Because most of the, if you notice, they have a lot of textile thing. Most of it is actually, because most of the company that go for RCS or GRS is actually textile. There are also some is actually like plastic. For example, let's see. Okay, this is actually one of the plastics recycling, right? So when you would like to see their details, there is one column where you can actually click on the details, get details. So for example, you would like to see this company. So you just click this company and you select get details. So this is actually how it looks like. So this is the part where we will write down all our facility. So for example, this company here, they have a few. For example, this is the main facility. So all the name, address, location, and the cert will be inside here. And this will be all the categories or the process that they have in this location. And this is the place where you will write down what are the products that you will process. And all this product, what are the materials they have. So like for this company, they have like 100% recycle polyethylene. So the composition will be inside here. So if you have an outsource, usually they will put outsource inside here as well. Okay. So the thing will look like this lah. So the code that you see, if it's starting from CU, meaning that it's from control union. So this is where whenever like we mentioned, like you have you need to write down their license numbers and all this, right? You can actually refer to here as well, their license number. These are their standards. So usually RCS and GRS, you can actually bond together, meaning that the supplier, if they have RCS, is also recognized under GRS. For a company that they are going for RCS, for example, if the supplier have GRS, they also recognize under that part. So it's like a brother sister lah for GRS and also RCS. So this is a place where you can actually find the certified company. So in case you need some outsource, you would like to find some certified outsource service or anything, you can refer to here as well. So any other questions? Okay. If no question, then we'll go for our exercise. Is it okay? Then after that, we may actually have, because we have Atika with us also, then maybe we can actually spend some time with Atika as well. Then we can see how we can actually plan for the visitation at Atika site lah. So if no question, then we'll proceed on the exercise. So you may actually scan this QR for the exercise. Then you can, after that, remember to submit it, and we will actually get the evaluation mark from our side, and we will attach together with the attendance. So, okay, how long do you need for this exercise? It's around 10 questions. Maybe 15 minutes, is it okay?
We need to access because
Pardon?
we must sign in to access, is it?
Not really, I think, but this one is actually, I think they are using Google Form.
Because when I scan, it says sign in to continue.
Oh, really? Let me try.
Yes.
Because previously, I
facing
don't face this, not facing this at all. Let me try again. Hey, if that case, I don't know why my Facebook couldn't scan that as well. Let me just provide the link to you. You may just use the link here. I will put it in the chat box.
Need to sign in.
You need to sign in.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because
How
it's
about others?
using
You're
Google.
facing the same issue?
No. Because like we have other exercise using this kind of QR also.
I mean, how about others that participate on today?
Yeah.
Are you able to.
No, it still requires me to sign in. Maybe
You
Miss,
require.
maybe
In that case,
under your
pardon?
form, right? Under your Google Form setting, because you use Google Format, right? Google Form.
Yes.
Maybe you need
I
to check.
think we need to do the settings.
Yeah, you need to
Okay.
do the settings.
If that case, you give me some time to connect to contact my office because I do not have the access to control the system.
Because there's one column you need to untick, not required to sign in.
Yes. There's one column. Hold on. Let me just try to connect. We do it this way. We don't use Google Form. I will share you the, do you have the soft copy of this exercise? If not, I will share it through my screen. Then you just do it from my screen. Then you just tell me the mark. Then we will actually get the mark from this session.
Okay.
Okay. In that case, let me share the exercise to you. So it will be total of 10 questions. Okay. So if everyone is done with this first two questions, then we'll move to the next questions.
Yeah, can you scroll down to number 3?
Okay, sure.
Scroll down, please.
The cycle, the yield stable, waste.
Yeah, next page.
Okay, then I will go to the next question.
Just for this item. Yeah.
ICC passport.
You mentioned the
maximum. Very basic. Basic.
you would have to answer, don't answer. Refuse to answer. Right?
Number eight.
Refuse to answer.
Don't get it wrong lah. Then.
Half hour.
Okay. Okay, for this few questions, we've done, then I will show you guys another 2 more questions.
Yes, please.
Okay. So I believe question number 8 is confirm you guys can actually get it correctly, right?
We're not surprised some will still get it wrong.
Okay, so is everyone done with this 10 questions? So if yes, then I will review the answer. Okay, right? So you just check your answer. Then maybe you can personally send it. You can actually personally send it to the chat. Maybe you can put your name with the mark and you send it to Ganjamin. Okay. So let me just review the answer. So this will be the first 3 answer. Okay, then next part, number 4 and number 5. Okay, 6, 7, and 8. And the last 2, number 9, number 10. Okay, so anything that you would like to bring up and have a discussion?
Look back at the question number 3.
Number 3, this one.
Oh, okay.
This one, maybe someone select textile exchange, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Because yeah. Actually,
And this
initially it's control
textile.
union. Then
And then
the
certified
ownership,
the
yes. So the ownership is then transferred to textile exchange, and they have a clear border. Textile exchange is the owner, scheme owner, and control union is one of the certification body lah. Any other part? Initially, I also feel very confusing for this number 3. Between the relationship between textile exchange and control union initially lah. Then I try to ask, then I read through, they have, when you go to their website, they have like about us, right? Then I go and read through, only I notice, oh, okay, this is actually their relationship.
Michelle?
Pardon? Yes?
Yeah. So GRS is to certify the product, not the company.
Yes,
So
they certified the product.
My product, we have a different group of product, or you have to certify each of the model. Let's say pallet, I got many models. So you certify all the model, each model or the group of product.
All the list of products. So in each of the, let's see whether the link is still there. So for example, right, I see whether I can get some similar company. Yeah, this is fashion.
I just want to understand the concept. It's okay. Like, for
Okay,
example,
the concept, okay.
I got 200 sizes of a pallet. So, but using almost the same material, how do you look into that?
Okay, so you see, you have different product categories, right? And each of these product, you may have different models. You
Yes.
see, among different models, the material percentage may be different as well, right?
Yes.
So the point is that, you see, if we register the product itself, the percentage here will be varies among models. So the information is not accurate already. So which means when we want to certify, we will certify each of the item, the product, which means under the product category, you may have 10 models. So that 10 model is actually 10 different products.
If let's say this 10 model under this category are using the similar material?
Yes, you can use the similar material, no problem, but maybe the percentage and everything will be different, right?
It's
So
exactly the same.
exactly the same.
Yeah.
But still, you need to declare, because that different model is still considered as a different product, just that they are actually included in one product category.
So let's say we have more than 200 SKU based on different sizes.
Oh my God. Yeah,
Then
still is considered as different product lah. Like I have another client also, they have like different types of shirt. They also register like few hundreds of that. And also I think they need to register every season, because every season they need to change. And so their thing is actually each product. So although it's product, not product category lah. So yeah, just that the percentage you see is actually the same. Any other question?
If you want to add model, maybe one month add 1 or 2 model, is any special? How we want to proceed?
Okay, Now you can choose to when you want to add any models into the certificate scope, meaning there's a change of certificate scope. So you need to still the same action, you need to notify the certification body to register that model into the certification scope.
Then to go through the decertification or audit or anything?
They may because maybe it's just one or two product, maybe they will just get some, depends on the, maybe also depends on the difference of the materials or the difference of the product. Maybe they will just get like a remote audit, maybe, because the existing facilities are already there and you already have all the system itself. So to go for remote or on-site audit is actually based on the auditor justification. However, it will not be that hard, as in the existing system and facilities are already, it's on run already. So it depends on, maybe if it's one or two, maybe the auditor will do remote. If it's a lot, maybe the auditor may decide to come for on-site to have a further visiting to add in certain information into your scope certificate lah.
And each of these are chargeable?
Pardon?
Is it chargeable? Because when you register a new product, just one item, very easy job. Extension of the existing range.
Although it's very easy job, but I think they may charge also because they also have a processing. So I think they may charge, but I can't confirm on that.
Okay.
So any other question?
Ms. Yap?
Yes.
Yeah, just like to ask something about your audit. Do they, based on major NC or minor NC, just like ISO?
Usually the audits will be, you see some certification body, usually they will use non-conformance. So different certification body, they may have different guidelines for them to set major or minor, but all the thing will be similar. So usually it will be like this. If they notice that your practice here have a very significant breakdown, or there is a very, very high risk of contamination, then definitely it maybe go unto the non-conformance part lah, which is maybe it will go unto major.
So they do categorize based on
definitely they will do categories and all this for the non-conformance.
in the event we have a deadlock on a certain issue that we can't comply, will the certification continue or they will revoke it or something?
Maybe it will be depends on the seriousness of thing. Like some issue, for example, you do not have. Maybe we just take an example like ISO lah. If you do not the main, maybe we take ISO 9000. The main idea of ISO 9000 is to achieve quality service and products, right? So if your process have a breakdown that will affect the quality service and also product, definitely they will consider on further action on that. So it's the same. So now, what is the main thing of GRS? Of course, GRS here, the main thing is to have a very proper identification as well as the traceability through the whole supply chain. So now, when you have any breakdown on the system that you can't trace back any of the information that is needed, within that supply chain, maybe it will actually affect the decision of the auditor himself to decide on that further action. But GRS and RCS is a bit different because RCS is just about materials. But GRS, they also have the scope of environment and other scope. So we will see, it's also, this will be the other factors also when it comes to the conclusion and also justification of the auditor.
Let's say the NC is for social requirement.
Maybe we say the OT lah, okay, because that will be the one big issue. And another one is, I think, under, I remember there's another one, safety data sheets is still okay. Okay, you see OT. So now one thing is, although the requirements stated 12 hours per week, so but then we cannot when it comes to audits itself, yes, we need to fulfill the standards requirement and we need to fulfill the national requirement. So sometimes it's like this. Some auditors, they understand the situation in Malaysia, so they won't be too strict on certain things, but they hope that they can see improvement from time to time. So in some cases, if the auditor can see that, oh, I see that you are trying your best to comply and I saw improvement inside here. So maybe they will just highlight for improvement rather than non-conformance. So sometimes it depends on the auditor justification as well. Although they have a guidelines to guide them through lah. So they will be some plus minus thing for the audit.
So very much depending on the auditors.
As well as the guidelines lah, because definitely the auditor will not share to us what is the company guideline on how they put non-conformance and conformance, right? So sometimes we will need to try to talk to auditor and see what is the point, what is the acceptable point that they can accept. Then we try to meet that requirement. Because when they want to suggest you for the certs, right, they need to, their superior or maybe their HQ will need to review the report as well. So if they do not have sufficient support documents, it's very hard for them to help you in terms of passing these certs. So also you need to some improvement lah. So we need to know. I will try my best to actually get the contact from the auditor as well, if possible. Then I will see what is their acceptable range for the OT, because we know in Malaysia it's nearly impossible to comply to that level, right?
Yep.
Mm.
Actually, what the auditing method that they use, like ISO, they will look for compliance. They will look for examples that comply. But CDEX will look for non-compliant. They will check.
They will deduct the marks, right?
They will check everything and then they detect something, they will report out 100%.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a different type of auditing.
But I think that is also depends on the certification body and the auditor, because no matter what types of audit, what the main idea is actually not like giving you summon, but to help the company to achieve some compliance, to achieve the requirements. So usually audit method is actually they will try to get a few samples. But for social compliance, usually the method is quite similar. They will ask for the list of employee, then they will try to pinpoint a few, then get interview, and they may need to go to your site and take a look and all this thing lah.
So from your experience, they are more on which side?
For all the auditors that I met before, it's actually more to helping but not more to giving someone.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So any other questions? Okay, so no questions, right? So now, if that case, maybe we have a short break. Then later on, we can actually proceed with some arrangement on the progress and how we would like to get you into this documentation stage and everything. Is it okay?
Okay.
Okay, then we'll come back at 3.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, sure. Then we'll come back at 3. Yes, I almost forget something just now. Actually, I would like you guys to scan this first. So this is actually for the HRD corp output lah. So once everyone submitted this, then we will proceed with Article 5. And also, yes, for the evaluation, right, from the exercise just now, remember to send back to us as well. We need to keep a copy for the attendance.
We must provide the IC number.
This one, I think it's actually from HRD one lah. So maybe we need to provide for them also because this one HRD one is for the Malaysian one, right?
Sign into Google again.
Need to sign in.
See?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think we can continue.
Okay, sure, no problem. So maybe let me just stop the recording.